Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I welcome you. I hope that you are feeling as comfortable as you can in this moment. I would like to begin with the Gayatri Mantra, and if you are familiar, I'd be happy to have you join along with me. Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. As we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming one, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, belief system, etc. Thank you, dear Melissa, for your lovely rose, blessing us today on our journey. Hari Om Tat Sat. I would further like to set the intention for this space as being one in which we can all come to common ground as fellow students of this magical experience we call life, and seek refuge in the relation of each other's experiences, share positive sentiments, and uplift each other. Hello, dear Melinda. Callistos is saying that they can't hear me. Oh no. I ask those who are here, can you hear me? Or is it something on Callistos' side? But if you can hear me, welcome, dear Chloe. You can hear me? Okay. That's good. Hello, Gio. Hello, Liliate. Welcome. Polly, you ask a very provocative question. If there is a God, do they deserve to be worshipped? I love that question because it differentiates between a source of existence and something that should be worshipped. Naturally, this question may arise when we look at the suffering that exists in the world, and we see that there is a lot happening. And if we contrast that with the narrative of God being all good, all-knowing, and all-powerful, then naturally this question arises. Should we worship that which would allow all this suffering to happen? And that's a very good question. As I've come to learn through my journey, it's not that the source of the universe deserves to be worshipped. It's a conscious choice that one makes when they find reverence in it. But until that reverence comes, there is no should or shouldn't. There is only an opportunity to give love to the place in which all this has come from. But as we are grappling with our fears and our traumas, it's difficult to do that, and I don't expect that to be possible on any kind of timeline in particular. But I think there is a natural unfolding in everyone's spiritual journey where we come to realize that it's not the duty of the divine to intervene on things that we have the power to change. All of the suffering in this world is something that us humans have responsibility for, and we are empowered to make the changes necessary for that. A good question, dear Polly. And thank you, John Simon, for the heart me you sent a minute ago too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, dear Stance. And I'm happy to hear that actually no one. Lacon, and you share that. My shirt looks like a little like an inmate overalls. A little bit, doesn't it? Yeah, I just need the orange pants as well. That would go well together. Suppose we are all inmates in our mind until we can liberate ourselves from it. Hello, dear Liva. Welcome back. Thank you for your cloud bread, your pair of roses, another cloud bread of fire, and another pair of roses that you sent moments ago. Ariom Tat Sat. Dear Deb, thank you for your rose that you sent too. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Hello, Eclectic Tea. Welcome, Mason. Hello, Brittany. Welcome, Patrick. Hello, Fritz. Hello, Thomas. Hello, Phelps. Hello, Esther. Hello, Esther, I should say. There are wonderful people coming in. Allow me to address some of the questions in just a moment. I also wanted to thank Polly for the 20 ice cream cones that they sent a minute ago. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, dear Corey. And welcome back, Stone Phoenix. Thank you, Corey, for your heart me too. Jai Sitaram. Some of the questions that were asked. Thomas, you asked, how do you control your narrative? You just found out who you are, but your current outcome isn't your desire. Well, I believe life is a continued journey of finding out who we are. And our outcome is what we have to work with. Even if it's uncomfortable, it's still conducive to a brighter way forward. We have to use what we got and do so in a way that is without attachment to outcome. That's the essence of karma yoga that is taught in the Bhagavad Gita, the ancient scripture on yoga, that we must find ways in which the actions that are available in this moment are sufficient for happiness, not the outcome that may or may not lead to it. And doing so, we discover how fulfilling it is to work selflessly with devotion towards the source of life within everyone. And we discover that source within reflected and how much there is within. And respectively, how little there is to gain from our material pursuits. So we discover ourselves in that way. Another question that was asked was, do I pray for other people? Asks Hello Esther. I keep people in my heart, and I have a lot of trust that everything that can be done for them is already underway. That I live a life of constant prayer in my heart, where everyone I meet, I wish well for them. And I know that prayer is the seed of action. And higher than all, I pray that these thoughts plant themselves in fertile soil for actionable resources to be sent in their direction. And in any way in which I can help, I do so. And the rest I leave in the hands of the divine. And thank you, Salty, for the heart me that you shared too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Namaste, Lupi Lane. Thank you for being here. Hello, Assad. And may you fall asleep in peace. May you wake up in peace, dear Chloe. Jacob, you had asked, what is my definition of purpose? To me, words have feelings rather than definitions made up of other words. I think that's the funniest thing about a dictionary, is that you crack open one, they give you some more words that you just have to define somewhere else in the dictionary. And then you open that page up, and then it's just more words for other pages in other places of the dictionary. And so a whole dictionary doesn't give you any way in. It's just a feedback loop of words connecting in ways that form this network. It's a closed system, you know? So to me, I think to find a way in to this closed system, we need something beyond mere words. And so purpose to me is more of a feeling that can be alluded to with our experience of perhaps other words. Purpose is that feeling in which in this moment you know that you are fulfilling what you have to do. That this is the most meaningful activity. Purpose is that state of mind in which you find yourself expressed fully. You consider the process as something which is the means itself to attain happiness and not the destination. Purpose is that lively exuberance that we experience whenever we have a moment of oneness with our duty, with our responsibilities, and we find them not to be mere errands or chores, but something which takes what's deep in our heart and brings it to the surface. And thus we witness a reflection of a divine quality from the very source of our own being. I hope that gives you a feeling of what that word means to me. And Karo, your question is, what do you do when you don't know if your partner is right for you? You remember that nobody is right or wrong. You make do with what you got, and if you find that easier in another place, then you're welcome to explore that too. But if we are holding out hope for a person that has all green flags, no red flags, well, then you're holding out for God. Because only a perfect being could ever fulfill that for you. Otherwise, we have to make do with the mixed bag of humans where we have virtues and faults, and there are going to be arguments, there are going to be tender spots where our traumas rub up against each other. There's going to be ways in which we can always continue to learn from each other and understand. Humans are messy, and we have to learn to love that mess in order to find what's right within it. I do find it very funny that those with really high standards, I think at heart they're secretly a bhakta, a devotee of the divine, because only the divine could fulfill such standards. And that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful realization of one's heart, that we have love that can truly only ever be received by something which is more than flesh and bone, but the source of life that exists within all. Thank you, dear Loopy Lane, for the pride glasses too. Hari Om Tat Sat. G2 Infinity, you share that I'm flipped tonight. I am, aren't I? I'm mirrored. Here. Let's bring that the right way around. There. Pizza Machine, you're wondering if I believe in a parallel elephant verse. Oh, I love that. You know, elephants are revered as divine in many places of the world, especially India. And today is, I think, the third day in 10 days of celebration for the elephant god Ganesha. Ganesha has the body of a human, but the head of an elephant. If there are infinite parallel universes, then I would imagine that in one of them is just a universe full of Ganeshas. And hello G to infinity. I'm happy that our universe has aligned itself in the right orientation for you. Oh, hello Jesse. Hello dear Astro. I love how you point out so many things that can be improved in our society. That's wonderful. And I hope you continue with that ability to find the potential for change. Dear Maddie, you were wondering if I do Reiki. No, I'm not qualified to do so, but some people say that they feel like they get a Reiki massage out of this live stream. And that warms my heart. The energy of Reiki is said to be around flowers too. So merely by walking by a garden can you feel all your energies align with Mother Nature. Radhe or Radhe, dear Magdalene. Jacob, you had asked, why should we listen to my perspectives versus finding them on our own? Is there a right way to learn? We can only ever learn from our experience, and I hope to share my experience for you, not to be a substitute for your own, but to complement it. And I hope that we can find the common ground in our experience. And that way we can use each other's perspectives to add to our own as well. But there is no should or should not. If you want to listen to me, that's your choice. Always voluntarily, given freely. No expectations for anything I say to be considered right. And no expectations for me to not be wrong. I'm happy to learn from my own experiences too, and from all of yours. Thank you, dear Salty, for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flowers. Very beautiful. Speaking of flowers. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I welcome so many wonderful people here. Was there another question that my mind caught? Don't see it now. I had mentally put a pin in something. Regardless, if there's ever is a comment that I miss, you're always welcome to share it again with me so I do see it. But I do have a question of the day for all of you, which I would love to explore together. I am wondering, what continues to bring wonder into your life? That should read. Allow me to make some spelling adjustments. wonder is such an important part of our life. If we don't wake up and wonder, what does that mean? It means that we've already made a conclusion about life. But the moment we make a conclusion about life, the moment our life comes to an end, in some way. But the moment we abide in wonder is the moment our life begins again. Hello Esther, you share life, watching the world, birth, growth, and death. I love that. Phelps, you had asked how to cope with rejection. Remember that the only part of rejection which feels like something is being taken away is our own expectation itself. But as someone wise once said, you already have the no. The best you could get is the yes. We start with not having what we want. So rejection doesn't change anything. Nothing is taken away from our being. Our being is already the same. The only thing that changes is that we have to now drop our expectation, because clearly it was not possible in that moment. A recalibration of expectation does not mean that you are somehow any less than you were before. You are still a full and vibrant human being. Know yourself to be this, even in absence of other people's recognition. There are going to be people and places and times which are contrary to our values and the beauty within our hearts. A lack of that recognition or acceptance or acknowledgement is just an opportunity for us to discover independence, to realize how much love we have already inside. We may have lost a place for us to put it that we were holding out hope for. Just because a place does not receive your love does not mean that you don't have it already within you. All that love which is to be expressed. I hope that is conducive to some understanding. Caro, your answer to our question of the day was nature and art. In Noid Storms, you had shared Mother Nature too. You're always astonished each day. And thank you, dear Roxy, for your heart meet too. Ariom Tat Sat. And Aaron, thank you for your 10 roses as well. Jaya Sita Ram. Blinda, you are wondering if there's a Sanskrit word for wonder. I wonder. I have yet to learn it. Welcome, Yo-Yo Lilac. Happy to meet in this present life with you. Caro, you add, how your perspective changes as you age is something that continues to bring wonder for you. And what do you mean you can perceive me? You share seeing yourself in others, and then we remember we are embodied physically. I love that. And Loopy Lane, you share that you're still alive. How beautiful. And Maddie, you always wonder just how tiny humans really are compared to the vast world. Oh, the scale of the universe is incomprehensible. Jillian, you never cease to wonder about what the point is to not wondering. Very meta. I like that. Your cat, shares Marlin. That's very wholesome. Cats are very curious creatures. Guy, you always wonder where you'll be tomorrow, what you'll be doing, who you will talk to, and what you will learn. I love that too. And hello, dear Infernus. Thank you for stopping by for some positive affirmations. Patrick, you had shared people, places, and experiences. Such a diversity of them. Salty, you share recycling, protecting our groundwater. Such a gift in your life. I love how much reverence you have for nature's elements. Laconan, you share the fact that you never learn to defrost your chicken early enough when it's time to cook. How funny. Lo, you shared, one must feel your own energy and focus on bringing your true self of loving yourself. I love that. Hello, Esther, you love looking at nature, human nature too. The habits of plants, water, people, and animals. That's beautiful. And David, hello. Welcome. Happy to have you here too. Star 67, you had asked what the purpose of, or what the spiritual meaning is behind an ex reaching out to you. We can make anything spiritual. We do so by understanding its relation to spirit. We share one spirit, and we did so very intimately with an ex, for example. Perhaps it is a moment to reflect on how vulnerable the two of you were together, and what kind of healing is still possible through forgiveness and apology. Reflecting on relationships too, we can remind ourselves that the spirit's duty is to express joy and love and happiness, and it truly does not receive anything, because it's already infinite and whole. It's what exists in this world, like our nature, our body, our mind, that is capable of receiving love. But at the level of spirit, we are infinite reservoirs of that. Sometimes relationships become unhealthy when we forget this, and we try to extract joy and love from the other person, instead of sharing a space in this world for us to express it and share it. Thomas, you had asked, how can you let go and allow? You want to stop trying to control and allow what you deserve. The word deserve is a heavy word. I would be curious about other words in our vocabulary. Instead of trying to discern what it is we deserve or not deserve, we can find a way to use every experience. You deserve that opportunity to give yourself a break from feeling like you're being punished or rewarded. Instead, perhaps you can find value in the challenges as much as we do for the moments of peace. In difficult times, we are provided opportunities to grow, to learn. There must be some resistance in order to go out of our comfort zone. Discomfort is a prerequisite on the path of learning. We have to struggle with a topic in order to eventually find a way to understand it. So we let go of the need to describe our life in terms of punishment or reward, and embrace and allow the potential for each moment to teach us something. Namaste, dear feline. I love that, Jillian. You shared that. Wondering is the whole point, is what you mean. A wonderless life is bland. I concur. I wouldn't have it any other way. And hello, Rianan. Priscilla, welcome. You had shared the word love for the question of the day. And Colonel, you shared that you exist at all. Continues to bring wonder into your life. I agree. And Flo, you add to that, we are all a miracle. The odds of being alive is insane. Hello, Natalia. Lakonen, you share the British people's willpower to make the accent every day when leaving home continues to bring wonder into your life. I am very much in the past. I have to come back to the present with the comments. It appears I'm much slower at reading all the wonderful answers to the question of the day than the speed at which they're shared, so forgive me for that. And hello, Neon Jello Pack. Thomas, you are having difficulty finding peace in your challenges. Well, that's why they call them challenges. If it were easy to find peace in them, it'd be called something different. But what's the alternative? To let the challenges beat us up, and then we sink into deeper and deeper states of depression or anxiety. It's not a life you want to live. No, you don't have to always be strong, but at least give yourself enough curiosity to find the good even in the most adverse times. The only way the human mind understands things in terms of the positive. If we look at all the negative in our life, of course we're going to feel overwhelmed. But that's a bias. Bias that can be changed slowly and surely by practicing gratitude, by looking back on all the ways challenges have genuinely given us opportunities to grow in other ways. Having a moment of reflection, journaling, can be one of the best ways to do that. But I know you have it in you. Special about human beings, that even in the darkest times, we are capable of finding a light to shine the way forward. And dear Grey Gargi, your redundant answer is life itself to the question of the day. Life continues to bring wonder into your life. I like that a lot. And isn't that true? What do you mean you can perceive me? The answer is as endless as the question. Bliss and agony interchangeably. And Neon Jello Pack, you share, to forgive you if this is corny, but watching your nephews grow up brings you wonder. Oh, that's beautiful. Alright, I'm going to pause our question of the day there for now, but as "What do you mean you can perceive me?" shared. Indeed. Sure, we can explore this endlessly, just as there is an endless source of wonder in our life. In Separatio, you had added your connection with God and Source. And hello, back down road, welcome. And inevitable, you share when your cat wants to take a bath. That would give me ceaseless wonder too. I concur. Thank you, Kelly, for your heart me. Thank you, Kelly. Namah Shakti Shivaya. Marlon, you share that you think your mom is aware that you are a witch-like woman. Well, I should hope that our mothers are aware of our nature. And you are a beautiful witch-like woman, bringing magic into this world. I would like to now read from another section of The Hidden Power in Humans, so let us take a moment, if you wouldn't mind, to continue our inquiry into chakras and kundalini from this Himalayan yogi, Paramanand Swami Maheshwarananda. We've been discussing the nature of the Ajna chakra, which is the third eye. Welcome, Link. There are three aspects associated with the Ajna chakra, the third eye: emptiness, shunyata, consciousness, chit, and bliss, ananda. Shunyata, emptiness, means the absence of a second. There exists only unity. While duality exists, there is no doubt. Actually, I misinterpreted the way that sentence was going. While duality exists, there is doubt, discord, and quarreling. In German, each of these words is based on the word zwei, which means two. Zweifel, doubt, Zweitracht, discord, and Einswirrung. I have faith that I could pronounce that better. Quarreling. Whereas in German, the words for unity, Einheit, harmony, Einklang, and understanding, Einsicht, concord, Eintracht, and agreement, Einigkeit, all contain the word Ein, meaning one. And again, I'm sure I could pronounce that better. The latter qualities are the basis for harmony, wisdom, happiness, and peace. Emptiness is not absence, deficiency, or a lack of fulfillment. It is the opposite: absolute existence and absolute fulfillment. The sound of silence vibrates within us, filled with the vibration of eternal happiness. I remember some quote that said, "And emptiness turned its face and spoke, I am not empty, I am open." Second aspect associated with the Ajna chakra is Chit, consciousness, which means total clarity and certainty. We recognize and understand the truth. With this, we achieve the purpose and fulfillment of our existence. Thereafter, living means conscious existence, Chaitanya, as opposed to unconscious matter, Jada. And finally, Ananda, bliss, is the expression of eternal perfect joy that is based on the unity of the Atma, the true self, and transcends the opposites of pleasure and pain. In one kirtan, divine song, we sing Anandoham, Anandoham, Anandam Brahmanandam. I am blissful, I am blissful, I am supreme bliss. When we try to fulfill our longing for happiness in the world, we are in reality trying to catch a glimpse of the reflection of Ananda that radiates from our own inner being. Worldly happiness shimmers seductively and bursts like a soap bubble when we try to catch it. The joy of the Atma is, however, empty, which means that it is without properties, absolute, incomparable, infinite, unchanging, and steadfast. The mantra of the Ajna Chakra, the third eye, is Om, the original sound of creation. This mantra is the sound of both the Ajna Chakra and the Sahasrara Chakra, the crown. Om is the sound of the divine that we hear when the Atma, the self, expands into infinity and unites with the Supreme. God, the Supreme Self, cannot be comprehended by the intellect or described with words, but can be experienced as vibration, light, sound, or energy. God exists as vibration in every atom. The vibration of the Supreme is Aum, or for short, Om. This represents the beginning, middle, and end, therefore the whole of creation. When in meditation we become absorbed in this bija mantra, this seed mantra, the essence of a mantra, we are able to hear the omnipresent divine vibration of creation. In meditation, concentrate on the Ajna Chakra with the mantra Om, or your Guru mantra, and visualize a divine image or symbol there. Through bhakti and jnana, through loving devotion and wisdom knowledge, devotion and wisdom can be experienced. This experience is known as Paravidya, complete knowledge, because it is unchanging, unlimited, and eternal. Through the intellect, we merely gain Aparavidya, incomplete knowledge, which is changeable, limited, and bound by time. The awakening of the Ajna Chakra is an essential and fundamental step in our development. The abilities that lie in this chakra help us to cope with all problems and are of great assistance for those people suffering from psychic problems such as depression, schizophrenia, or changeable emotions. Emotions in themselves are unbiased. They are a form of energy that can serve us positively or negatively, just as fire can be useful but also destructive. With the essence of the Ajna Chakra, we can learn to control and guide this inherent energy positively. Vairagya, renunciation, is a prerequisite for the attainment of true knowledge. To attain the eternal, we must let go of the transitory. Vairagya is an inner occurrence and the extinction of our wishes and desires. These always produce new karma, and when they dry up, The river of karma runs dry by itself. Vairagya is best developed through concentration on the Ajna Chakra. But at the same time, we should be careful of the harmony and balance between the heart and intellect. And never ignore either. Never forget, the goal is to harmonize and unite both aspects of our being, not to suppress one of them. In the Ajna Chakra, we dive into the ocean of knowledge and the ocean of bliss, Ananda, in which fear and sorrow vanish without trace, but we are still not at the goal. We are still not fully united with the self. At any time, Maya, material existence, can again seize possession of us and pull our consciousness down into lower levels. We can protect ourselves from this when we read spiritual scripture, seek out spiritual company, cultivate good thoughts, never cause anyone pain, and always behave with love and understanding. When your actions are filtered and purified by the Ajna Chakra, they are exemplary, pure and positive, and support your spiritual development. Many who start with yoga are initially full of enthusiasm and practice very diligently, but after a while they give up. Why is this so? Because their resolve was not firm enough. Shri Mahaprabhuji said in his golden teachings, "Make your decision with firm determination, and then success is certain." Our goals in life should be as strong and firm as a tree, deeply rooted and able to withstand all storms. This is a precondition for our success in life. Nothing can succeed without firm resolution from the start. Cause and effect, as well as beginning and end, are inseparably linked to one another. But because of our dualistic perceptions, we generally do not realize this. Everyone is responsible for their own life. Consider the purpose of your existence and what you would like to achieve in life. Make your decisions with viveka, discrimination. Live consciously with love, understanding, and devotion, and it is certain that you will reach your goal, God realization. Thank you for listening. We'll pause our reading of The Hidden Power in Humans there for now, and we'll continue with the conclusion of this chapter next time on exercises for the Ajna Chakra. And then after that, there's only a couple chakras left, from the Bindu to the crown. Namaste. We can open up our Sangha to discuss whatever is on our hearts and minds as my attention returns wholly to all of you. Thank you, dear Anna, for the quartet of roses you sent a moment ago. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hello, dear Gaia. Hello, PPL. And thank you, Tattvam Asi, for your quintet of roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. And Leon Pyog, thank you for your garland headpiece. Sum Suryaya Namaha. Hello, Angel, too. Thank you, dear Priscilla. Thank you, Feline, for your 1, 2, 3, 4, a quartet, a dozen, a pair, and a trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, dear Michelle. You and Gaia are sharing your aspirations, not your aspirations, better word, your compliments on my orange shirt today. I like this color of shirt too. It's said to be a spiritual color representing fire. Fire is very purifying, bringing various things in diversity to a unified state of ash. So too with spiritual knowledge, we can purify all of our experience and bring it to a same state of Satchit Ananda, truth, consciousness, and bliss. Thank you, dear Magdalene, for your subscription. As always, I'm delighted to have such a kindred spirit as you here on our journey together. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Irish Oracle Warrior, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Shri Mahalakshmiya Namaha. Hello, Bobby Joe. Happy to have you here too. And thank you, Salty, for the manifesting. That's a very beautiful token of appreciation, which, of course, let me put my foot under my butt because it was falling asleep, which is always accepted but never expected. Thank you. Jaya Satchitananda. Thank you, dear Feline, for your 11 roses too, and a heart me and team bracelet in rose as well. And a finger heart. There's one for you. And a TikTok. Radhe, oh Radhe. Uruh. You share that you need to become intelligent again. What can you do? Well, I would assume that your experiences are always with you. And if there is a feeling like you can be more intelligent, then that's wonderful. We can continue exercising our intellect, bringing the right knowledge again and again to mind. May you be affirmed that there is only progress on the spiritual path. There may be periods of stagnancy, but always is it an upwards journey. In math, they call that a monotonic function, or a monotonically increasing function, which just is to say, in math, they call that a monotonic function, or a monotonically increasing function, which just is to say, in math, they call that a monotonic function, or a monotonically increasing function, which just is to say, There, I think my connection is back. It disconnected me for a moment. Let me know when I have returned so that I can continue. But, okay. Ru, you ask if it would help to stop drinking. Intoxication does cloud our judgment, and we make the best decisions for ourselves with a clear and sober mind. And so it would absolutely benefit from tending to our natural state beyond external substances, cultivating the power and strength that we have from within, without reliance on anything separate from our innate being. And if that's something that you feel empowered to do, then there are wonderful support groups. You are not alone in that. There are many, many people who are on their journey, letting go of certain substances like alcohol. And thank you, dear Magdalene. You sent a subscription to, is that No Vanity, Spenserius, Kazki, Veronica, and Irish Oracle Warrior. That's very graceful of you, as always, to extend something that you find value in to others around you. I'm honored to be with such a humbled participant in this Sangha, and may I be of service of those who are open to it in any way that I can, as it is their capacity to provide an opportunity. Thank you. Bhuvasvaha Datsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Hello, energy. You ask, what if your physical form is addicted to depression? That's a very subtle point that I'm happy you shared. It can be comforting to be depressed in a very counterintuitive way, or perhaps in a more accurate way, it can be more comfortable to stay within patterns of thought that are familiar than it is to go beyond that into territory which is unfamiliar. And Sheila, I love your etymological, a deconstruction of the word depression. Someone who's depressed as needing deep rest. I remember hearing Jim Carrey share that, and I thought that was very beautiful. Indeed, depression is a time of transformation. Just like in sleep, when we are the least active externally, we are the most active internally. Jim Carrey is pretty great, I agree. And I consider it like a cocoon. And inside a cocoon, I heard that the caterpillar liquefies. They turn from a solid into a liquid, a bunch of mush. And that mush doesn't appear to have any order, but it slowly and intelligently rearranges itself into a form with wings. And then it struggles against the cocoon, pushing it open, gaining the strength to flap its wings, and then it's free. I think that metaphor is aptly suited for depression too, as sometimes it can feel like on the inside, when we shelter ourselves from the world, we are liquefying. And there doesn't appear to be any order. There's just a formless mass of existing. Every day feels like the last. But slowly we rearrange ourselves in an intelligent way, and then we fight against the cocoon we've made for ourselves, and we burst open with the strength to be free and fly above the things that used to be sources of misery. In any sort of habit where we are attached to a momentary comfort, the path to go beyond that is going to be uncomfortable. But that discomfort is not a sign that you are not in good hands. Anyone who fights for their own happiness, They are in the hands of the universe. Slowly but surely, those familiar habits get substituted with higher and higher habits, where we find comfort in ways which go beyond our familiarity. We find something deeply affirming in going outside of our cocoon. We look to new experiences with determination that there's something for us to use for the sake of our well-being and the well-being of all those that we can empathize with. Let this dark night of the soul be seen as a place in which darkness provides the inner light to shine brightly, bright enough to be seen by the delicate gaze of one's inner eye, that eye which sees the potential within you, which is one with the possibility of life to thrive in all living creatures, big or small. And with that, I will keep an eye out for a news article of a very big butterfly making its way around town. That's precisely so, dear pillow energy. Almost as if you're imprisoned in your own mind, yet you also have the key to let yourself out. I couldn't have said it better myself. Dear Magdalene, you shared that your answer to the question of the day was going to be a butterfly. That is a great source of wonder. Thank you, dear feline, for another rose and a finger heart and a TikTok. I think I thanked you for these before, but my gratitude remains the same. What I had not extended my gratitude back to was the gift that Maria shared, which was a heart me. Thank you for your patience in that too. Jai Sitaram. And dear Amy, thank you for your hand hearts. May you have some as well. Namo Buddhaya. Chihiro, you share that I'm wearing my soul color today, as I seem such an orange. I like that. I do love orange. It was my favorite color when I was very young. I think it was my first favorite color. And then I slowly but surely fell in love with all of the other colors, one at a time. Thank you, Irish Oracle Warrior, for your auspicious number of 108 roses too. One rose for every combination of celestial body and constellation. ND Cake, you're wondering, what are some of my spiritual practices? Brushing my teeth, going to the washroom, playing with my kitties, washing the dishes, doing the litter boxes, going for a walk, listening to others, ending my own story. These are some things I practice that are spiritual to me. Hello, dear Renvox. Amy, you ask, how have I achieved such calmness? because I know what it's like to not be calm. And that didn't suit me very well. Agitation isn't a good look on me. I feel most myself. Practicing calmness. Gaia, you ask, what's my favorite spiritual encounter? Whenever I'm walking in a natural environment and an animal says hello, be it a squirrel, a deer, a bunny, a lizard, even a caterpillar, an eagle, or maybe something just strikes me about the presence of a tree or a flower or even a nice rock. In that moment, something opens up between myself and them. And I feel as though I have encountered spirit. G to Infinity, you share that bees have been surrounding you a lot lately. Well, then you must be as beautiful as a flower or as sweet as honey. Vincent, I'm happy to hear of your love for my videos. I make them all for people like you. Do I have any type of girl or boy I want to date? I feel like I am on a date with the universe. Every day becomes an intimate setting between myself and the cosmos. Whereas before, I used to take people to see the sunrise or sunset. Now I see the sunrise and the sunset, the one whom I have a relationship with itself, the expression of light and love. The universe, greatest partner, knows me the most, always is capable of receiving my love in a myriad of ways. And the universe is also the freakiest being I know. Thank you, dear Lauren, for the rose you sent to. Your quintet of them, in fact. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Jordan, thank you for your heart meet. Ram Ram. Gaia, you were wondering, what if you were the deer passing me by saying hello? Well, I look forward to the next time that your soul finds expression in the innocence of a deer, and my soul has the honor of witnessing that expression. And I would say, hello. I share that next time you'll be my cat, well, then I'll make sure to give my next kitten lots and lots of love and chin scratches, forehead pats. Thank you, dear Anna, for your square of roses too. 3x3 square is so satisfying. Big fan of 9. Namah Shivaya. Thank you, dear Lauren, for your heart me as well. Dear Hija de la Luna, you're wondering if I can give you some insight about the number 13. It has been following in many forms for many now. Let's dive into my nerddom. 13 in binary is an 8, a 4, and a 1, which makes it 1101. 1101 in binary, which I believe is the first binary number to have parity. The first number that's not a palindrome, I think. That along with 1011, which is its mirror. So you could say that in binary, in the world of duality, this number represents a direction, a unique direction, like the arrow of time, which clearly has a preferred direction. There's also a prime number, which means that it's a building block. It cannot be constructed by multiples of any other number, whole number between 1 and 13. This means that it represents something new. I think that's the extent of some facts I have about this number mathematically for you. Dear Anime, you share that you found a 5-leaf clover just now. I love that. That's extra special. Or is it? Does an extra leaf make it so lucky that it wraps the scale of luck and comes back into unluck? No. That's wonderful. I hope you make a wish. The short-lived you share that you were born at 11/10/1001/1999. I love that. You have lots of 1s and 0s in your birth date. My birth date also has that too. 10/01/2001, or as I like to shorten it, 10/01/01. And I think I was born at 8:08 in the morning too. Based as you would like me to tell you the secrets of the universe. I think the greatest secret of the universe is that you are the soul of the universe, awakened. You're wondering what my favorite read is. My favorite thing to read is all of your words as you express yourselves in this space. Dear Sammy, you share that you suddenly started noticing 111, 223, 333, 444 on clocks. What does this mean? It means that there has been an alignment in the unit of the hour position, minute position, and the 10 position of the minutes too. And with that, you can imbue meaning in your life by associating it with something that reminds you of a possibility. Perhaps ones to you reminds you of the fact that we're all one. Perhaps the twos remind you of the coexistence of consciousness and matter, between the self and the expression of the self. Perhaps threes remind you of the trinities of life and the balance between them, like past, present, and future. And perhaps fours remind you of what's a good way of bringing four to some significance. What are there four of in this universe? Guess I'll leave that up to you. Dear Mo, you were wondering, do I consider myself a guru? Never. The moment I do, then the moment I stop learning. I must be a student forever, so that I am always open to learn something new. I like that inevitable 4 cardinal points on the rose of a compass to show the directions in which we have to explore our Mother Earth. 4 elements, dear Gregor G shares, after space, from air, fire, water to earth, reminding us of our material existence. 4 seasons, dear Matty, remind us of the passing of time and the phases of things in the latent stage, in the growing stage, in the exuberantly expressive stage, in the letting go stage, and back to the latent stage. Dear, what do you mean you can perceive me? You share that you feel a wee bit sad because you'll have to stop existing at the same time as me one day. Is that so? Or do we live on in other ways? Dear Gaia, you're wondering if I believe in star-crossed lovers. That's very beautiful. I am not sure what this term definitively means. It's very rare that a star crosses one another through vast distances of space, but in a way we are all like stars, crossing each other's paths, and for that I'm grateful. And I love that, dear Irish Oracle Warrior. We live in the eyes of our loved ones. Dear Anna, do I have advice to stay in the body and stop overthinking? Let's ask ourselves some questions. Is the body within our experience? Or is the experience in our body? Let me put that in other words. Do you experience a body, or does a body experience you? You experience a body. This means that a body is a part of your experience that makes up a greater whole. Your experience is much larger than just a body. It is within our sensory perceptions. So to our mind, do we experience a mind? The mind part of our experience? Or is it ourselves as being an experience of the mind experience us? We experience our mind. It's a part of our experience, but not the whole. It is like waking up to realize that this whole time you've been identified with a character that appears on the screen without realizing that of the many things that come and go on the screen, on the canvas of all of our experiences, there is something which does not, something which is unchanging. For instance, the screen. And then you share, you do not like that character. Well, you don't have to like the character that you get to experience. But you do have the possibility of bringing love to it in the same way you do for every other character that passes through this experience. Our body is like our car. Someone who's perhaps too identified with their car, if something happens to their car, they freak out, even though their life is still as vibrant as ever. They even go to the point of saying, "Ow!" if ever something scratches the car. If ever some damage happens to the car, they feel like they are being damaged. And if they have a beat up car, they feel like they are beat up. But although it's good to take care of one's car, the driver is something transcendental. In the same way, though it's good to take care of our body, its witness is transcendental. What is the purpose of a car? To take you places. As long as that's still a possibility for you. And you have more things to see and do. I hope we can remember these things whenever we are feeling like we don't like our body. Our body is an instrument of taking us, and by us I mean the source of love, our true nature, to everywhere that it needs to go. Our mind is another instrument too. It's like the engine of a car. An engine with no car is a showpiece. And a car with no engine is not going to take you very far. So we require an intimate connection between our mind and our body too. And just as we are not the body, We are not the mind, but they are parts of our experience which we can use, like every part of our experience, in some capacity. How do we use them? To bring love, to bring light into this world. They are our instruments. When we are feeling overthinky, that's an adjective I just made, overthinky, Thinky. We can ask ourselves, are these thoughts bringing more love, more light into the world? Or are there other thoughts I could choose to engage in? And immediately, bringing that knowledge to mind, we look for other ways of expressing ourselves mentally. And it's okay to have a mind that has anxious thoughts. It's okay to have a mind full of analysis, long as we balance that with other thoughts that seek to find harmony, even if at first we don't believe in those thoughts. We go with emotions, and then we see the genuine truth reflected sooner than later. They are not us, these thoughts, but they are like gateways for us to express ourselves. We can choose to go through them, travel in their direction, and see where they take us. And if there's not a gateway we wish to travel through at this moment, then we wait until there is one. As we all know, the mind loves coming up with new thoughts. Can't escape that rotary engine spinning into existence more and more thoughts. It's a possibility machine. Perhaps the most incredible, miraculous machine ever experienced. It provides you with opportunities, but don't ever feel like you have to fulfill all of them. You'll drive yourself crazy. Thank you, dear Maisky Whiskey, for your rose earlier. Arion Tatsat. And Renvox, thank you for your quartet of ice cream cones too. Jaya Sitaram. Maisky Whiskey, you had asked, how do you keep yourself grounded? To be grounded means to have roots in firm soil that provides the right nutrients for us to grow. To be rooted mentally means to constantly draw from a stable resource that provides you with growth. Stable resource means that it's eternal, unchanging, a truth that could never be turned over. A truth like the fact that you are love. That's a universal statement. Nothing can contradict that. So as long as you are rooted in that truth, you could never fall prey to a landslide or be thrown by the wind. Truth is stable, solid. We draw from that nutrients of possibilities, of actions for our growth. If we are love, How should that shape my behavior? How should that change the way in which I engage with this world? And then we create fruit, just like plants. Fruits of sweetness that propagate and continue to grow on their own too. Thank you, Babelfishy, for your 4 roses as well. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Sarah, for your trio of balloons and trio of roses. Jaya Sintaram. And Cookie, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Namo Rudraya. Thank you, dear Anna, for your tiny yippee. Vavi, you're wondering what I think about spiritual psychosis. I am in no way a qualified diagnostician of the mind, psychiatrist, nor have any psychological qualifications to assess what is or is not psychosis. But I will say that as far as I have struggled with the idea that I may be losing touch with my reality or creating an unhealthy mental atmosphere, the most affirming thought that always relieved me of any fear is if I have the capacity to recognize if I'm hurting someone and the capacity to go forth in kindness. In this moment, if I can be aware of any way in which I am hurting someone, and I can be aware of any way in which I can be kind, then I have nothing to worry about. To be sane just means to have those things in your awareness. And that's a simple criteria. Thank you, the Bybog, for the hanging lights you shared too. May we all be like lights hung on a cosmic thread in which we are not only all connected as one, strung together like a great cosmic web, but also sources of light to illuminate this cosmos. Thank you for your love and light, dear Anna. I have to ask, is your name a pun on diametrically opposite points on a sphere? I feel like anapoles refer to the geometry of North Pole, South Pole, or any other pole. I'm curious. Or does your name just happen to be anapoles? What do you mean you can perceive me? You share one of the most wholesome and healthy sentiments that one can have for another being, which is, I love seeing how loved you are. That fills me with a lot of warmth. Well, dear Anna, your name is very symbolic. Though we may find opposing points on a sphere, the wonderful thing about a sphere is that it's, by definition, the same everywhere you go, as well as part of a greater whole. I hope that we can find the anapoles of thought as appearing as points on a sphere, so that each idea, even if apparently opposing another, can be seen to be equal in its own locale as part of a greater symmetrical whole. Welcome, dear AC. Mo, you were wondering if I ever attended a post-secondary institution, as I seem well versed in physics and theology. Ironically, I did. And I say that ironically because I learned a lot more about these things outside of the classroom, as I could have been a much better student in terms of actually showing up. Rather than going to my math class, for example, I'd just be watching YouTube videos about math, perhaps in a related subject to my course, most oftentimes not. But after 4 years, I did decide to focus on my physical and mental health, and so I took some space from that. Now you ask a very challenging question, Gaia. What is geometry? Geometry is very general. In general, it is the study of shapes and the ways in which these shapes can have symmetries, ways in which shapes can structure out space, the study of different angles and ratios and the composition of shapes to produce more composite or complex shapes. And as an abstract field, it's a beautiful area of mathematics where there are simple rules and laws, and with them you can create the whole universe of form. Practically, we find not shapes in the purest sense as we do in mathematics in this universe, but a convergence of some of the forms in our universe towards some of these shapes too. And so studying them can help us understand how parts of our universe converge to bring out properties and qualities of various shapes, so that different functions of existence can be carried out efficiently. Like, for instance, mathematically, a sphere has the greatest ratio between volume to surface area, which means that it's very efficient at enclosing a large body of space with the least amount of resources. So too, we find things in our universe that benefit from maximizing that property to become sphere-like too. As in the case of the cells in our body and all of life, takes resources to have a cell wall. And so the biggest space that can be contained by a cell wall to have enough room for various other parts is something spherical or close enough. I think all of this touches on what is geometry. thank you, Zadina Torain, for your quintet of finger hearts too. There's one for you. I think if I'm really dexterous, I can turn my 10 fingers into 10 finger hearts, but you might have to be a little liberal on what is accepted as a finger heart. There's 5 somewhat heart-like compositions of fingers for you. Namaste. And your gratitude is well received, dear Anapulse. Much love. Hello, dear Crystal. And thank you, Maribel, for your heart me. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Ordinal Chip, you ask, would I agree with saying that trauma is anything that keeps us from the present? There are those that can become present even with their trauma, like through therapy. Therapy means to bring trauma up to the surface, to the present. There are many practices which allow us to be present with our traumas too. There's a possibility of being present with everything. But what keeps us from that possibility is perhaps the realization of the ways in which we can be present with anything. Or to put it in terms of the positive, discovering the potential for growth within everything we've experienced. That allows us to be present everywhere. Those were actually really good finger hearts, so I tried my best, Adina Shoren. I'm happy that you were able to recognize them as such, though I had a little help with my words to describe them as they were. And hello, dear Shakira. No, I've never heard of that word. Looks like a portmanteau. Concrescence. I imagine it's a combination of concretion and essence, perhaps conducive to the idea of things forming the essence of something, converging toward some crystallized state. Just a guess. I may very well be wrong. And dear Sarah, thank you for the disco love. Om Namo Rudraya. Natasha, you were wondering if my parents have the same belief or religion as me. We're all different people, and my belief system is very formless. I like it that way because it allows me to draw inspiration from many places and find the unity beneath the diversity. I think my parents are similar in that. My mother was a little bit of everything, and my father was something of nothing. So I am a combination of nothing and everything, and see myself reflected there. Thank you, Maribel, for your pair of team bracelets too. Om Namah Shivaya. Namaste, feline. May you have a wonderful sleep tonight, and I trust that you play in your subconscious and rest in your unconscious. When you awaken, find bliss in your conscious and rest in your unconscious. When you awaken, find bliss in your and rest in your unconscious and rest in your unconscious. When you awaken, find bliss in your conscious. Since I got perhaps something similar to what I had last night, which was ramen and broccoli. Oh, it appears there are some glitches, perhaps a little lag for some. I hope that it has found resolution. Melly, you ask, is it strange to want to stay friends with someone after a breakup? Not at all. I think healthy relationships start in friendship, and then they may become more intimate. And if that intimacy proves challenging, then we return to that friendship. Friendship is the basis for all relationships. There has to be a kind of platonic love that we can return to. But sometimes it's difficult to do so, because we can be so vulnerable that it's difficult to return to that sense of friendship again without expectations arising once more. The respective boundaries can be very challenging after we have seen what it's like to envelop each other in a space that goes beyond so many boundaries we have for others. I like to consider myself on good terms with all of my exes, and I have lots of love for them platonically too, and I keep in touch with them as much as I can, and they have the capacity to do so too. Natasha, you missed what I was having to eat tonight? Well, I'll find out, but I'm going to assume ramen and broccoli. Thank you, Mr. Board Taco, for your heart, me too. Radhe Radhe. And Anna, thank you for another heart me. Heart me, that I am. Hridaya, I think, is the Sanskrit word for the heart. Namo Hridaya. Or is it Hridaya? Hridaya. I think it would be something funny like that, because it already ends in a ya, which is what you'd have to tack on at the end to make it addressed to the heart. Hridaya. Om Namo Hridaya. But that assumes the word for the heart is grammatically masculine. I don't know. Anyway, salutations to the heart. Marlon, you share you have a coworker who is Hindu. That's lovely. Very fun to be surrounded by a diversity of cultures and belief systems. What do you mean you can perceive me? Asks, what do you like to do with your desires? Well, if they're a desire that I know is selfish, that will only bring me some temporary pleasure, then I try to be patient with it. Desires are exponential creatures. They can either grow exponentially, the more we give them energy, or decay exponentially, the more we give other things energy. Waiting out a desire, we can feel peace when it subsides. That feeling of peace or even bliss that we get from a desire, it's actually not necessarily from fulfilling it. Because the desire has now relinquished itself, often just for the moment, but it's the relinquishing of it that brings about peace or bliss. Conversely, waiting it out, you can find that same peace or even bliss from the relinquishing of it too. Just as you might get a sense of relief from the draw of a cigarette, because the craving, the desire has dissipated. If you wait out that craving to dissipate on its own, you may feel the very same release. I feel calmer now that that's passed. And when we do that, the craving returns, but with even less intensity. And every time it returns, it gets easier and easier to wait out. And then we're left with peace. Thank you, dear alien, for your bubble tea. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Nasad, you share that we all need a degree of selfishness, otherwise we wouldn't put food in our mouth. I would say that it all depends on why we do so. We have to feed ourselves so that we can continue to be there for others, so that we have enough energy in this body, in this mind, to deliver unto them love, light, attention, care. In that way, even eating, putting food in our mouth can be selfless. It just so happens that the body produces a momentary sensation of pleasure. But with the right intention, even that can be seen as something which is conducive to a selfless pursuit of, in the long term, bringing more love into people's lives. And you were wondering if I can share my thoughts on two Greek letters, Pi and Phi, which of course any mathematician will recognize as being transcendental. Actually, only one of those is technically transcendental. Let's see if I have the dexterity to do this. Pi is by definition ratio between a circle's circumference to its diameter. Through calculus, that's also equivalent to the area of a semicircle, which is given by the definite integral from -1 to 1 of 1 minus some variable squared, square root of that with respect to x. The area under the curve, which describes the semicircle, happens to be about 3.14, etc. in base 10. This number is a celebrity guest of mathematics. It shows up again and again and again and again in some of the most miraculous of places you'd never expect. For example, what would happen if you took the infinite sum of the reciprocal of all of the squares? That is to say, 1 over 1 plus 1 over 2 squared, which is 4, plus 1 over 3 squared, which is 9, plus etc, etc, etc. Actually, this converges to something finite, even though there's infinite terms. It happens to converge to pi squared over 6. Square of pi divided by 6. What does adding all of the reciprocals of the squares have to do with the circle? I don't know. 3 Blue 1 Brown made a video on that, a math YouTuber. So it's like that. You'll be doing math and suddenly there's a celebrity guest. Pi. And I think that's pretty cool. Phi is another great Greek letter that shows up in math, and it's defined as being 1 less than its own square, which you can rearrange through the quadratic formula to be 1 plus the square root of 5 over 2. It's called the golden ratio. And the golden ratio also shows up, albeit perhaps not as often as pi does in math, but you could be solving some differential equation that states that the rate of change of some function is equal to that function's inverse. And it just so happens that one of the solutions to this differential equation is something like a constant times x to the power of phi, the golden ratio. What does this ratio have to do with solving differential equations? I don't know. But it's a celebrity guest in math, and I think that's pretty cool. Mathematicians love collecting numbers in mathematics like friends, and it's said that Ramanujan, an Indian mathematician, was best friends with all the numbers. He saw each of them as a divine form. He felt that they were little beings that had their own personality. And to him, math was so spiritual that he even said, "To me, an equation has no meaning unless it expresses a thought of God." Another wonderful constant that Gregor G shares is Euler's number, which is noted by the letter E. And you can define it in different ways, but it can be considered as the limit of this infinite identity, let's say with n as it approaches infinity, of 1 plus 1 over n all to the power of n. What you're taking is a number that gets closer and closer to 1, 1.1, 1.01, 1.0001, etc. And then we're raising that to a very large power. You're taking something close to 1 and then multiplying it by itself larger and larger amounts of times. Any statistician will know that this is the formula for interest. Let's say you have a bank that has 100% interest rate, that after 1 year you get $1 back for every dollar you put in. So after 1 year, you get $2. Or maybe, let's say they have a 50% interest rate, but they give it to you every 6 months. It sounds equivalent, but actually you end up with more, because after the return on investment you got in the first 6 months, that starts making a little bit of money extra for you in the next 6 months too, and you end up with a little bit more than $2 for each dollar. And as this limit increases, let's say you get 1/12 of your interest every month, it gets closer and closer to this number E, which is about 2.718, I think, in base 10. That's another number that often shows up. It's also a very special number in calculus because e to the x is the only function which is its own derivative, meaning that the rate that it grows describes the rate that it grows. Or I could put that in better terms, that its growth describes itself. How quickly is something growing at any point along this curve? The rate that it's growing is exactly the value that it is at that moment too. And these numbers come together in a very beautiful identity, which blew mathematicians' mind because we've known about E and pi for a long time separately. There was seemingly no deeper connection between them, other than the fact that if you raise this transcendental number E to the power of an imaginary number scaled by pi, then you get -1. If you take almost any two numbers and raise them to each other, you get some nonsense. You get a lot of digits with no pattern. E to the 5, for example, is going to be some random number, but e to the I pi, where I is the mythical square root of -1, then you get -1. When mathematicians discovered that there was some hidden relationship between the celebrities of mathematics, numbers like Euler's identity, numbers like pi, numbers like the imaginary unit, and they all come together. Wow. There must be some secret connection between these constants of the universe. Dopamine Queen, you shared that you were never good at math. Everyone always says that, but neither was I. Because of the math that I shared with you, you'd never get taught that. Actually, the most beautiful parts of math, the ones that you are innately good at because it's in your nature, they don't teach you. They teach you how to be like a calculator just in case you're somehow without a calculator in this modern age. They teach you how to divide big numbers, how to factor out equations, solve for a solution. But to me, that's not mathematics. That's being a computer. But little do people know, mathematicians use calculators. They're not sitting around dividing big numbers going, ooh, the more numbers I can divide, the bigger my paycheck. The more problems I can solve, I can compute the answer for. No, that's what computers are for. But what a mathematician does is come up with the problems. They discover mysteries. They look for strange relationships between shapes. And then when they want to find an answer to that, then they use a calculator. But it's a very creative process indeed. Now, could we talk a little bit about imaginary numbers? Why not? As I think any mathematician will tell you, imaginary is a terrible term for them because they're very real. They show up in electricity equations that electricians use to describe the relationship between resistance and, forget the two forms of resistance, something like potential resistance and something else, I can't remember. Anyway, show up in quantum mechanics in the Schrödinger equation 2, which describes the wave function of the universe. See, in the beginning there was 0. 0 is kind of the most important number, isn't it? Because it all starts from there. It's the origin. Then we started counting. 1, 2, 3, etc. And then we started realizing that we could find numbers in between these numbers. Like, for example, in between 0 and 1, there was 1/2. And then we discovered new classes of numbers, like in between 1 and 2, there was the square root of 2. Algebraic numbers. After 3 also, there was transcendental numbers like pi discovered. And somewhere amidst that, we also started counting in the other direction too. -1, -2, -3, and this describes a relative absence of value, which when coming together forms 0. This forms the so-called real number line, but that's only one dimension. We can also take the number line vertically too. Seriously. We can count not to the right of 0, but upwards of 0. Making numbers like I, and 2I, 3I, etc. This imaginary direction, until we realized that it wasn't very imaginary, it was very real. And we can also start counting downwards just the same, into -I, -2I, etc. And we can even start going off these axes and end up over here. To the left and above 0, that would be, for example, looks like -3 and 3/2 of I. And they form a two-dimensional plane. And you could even extend this into higher dimensions too, with something called the Cayley-Dixon constructions, where we take it into third and then fourth dimension, making the quaternions. Then we go up into 1, 2, 3, 4 more dimensions. We get to the octonions and we keep doubling. Eventually we end up in an infinite dimensional space called a Hilbert space. And then we start climbing infinities, as there are many different sizes of infinities. We start with the smallest of all infinities, which is the Hebrew letter Aleph. Aleph Not, the smallest of all infinities. And then we go to Aleph 1, the second smallest infinity. And we keep going up until we get to Aleph Omega, which is the infinite infinity. And then we get to Aleph Omega plus 1. If anyone told you that infinity plus 1 is still infinity, they're only partially right. As some infinities you can add 1 to and it gets you someplace higher. This is the nature of mathematics. We can always explore something more, no matter how grand of an understanding we have of the structure of what could be. You know, we're already beyond our universe. We're now exploring the multiverse. There's always something more, and that became known as Cantor's paradox. That there was no largest thing to discover in mathematics. There was no infinity of all infinities where suddenly you discovered everything that could be. Because actually, that's impossible. It's impossible to have some kind of awareness of everything in math. And I think that's very beautiful. We can describe infinity, but there's always a bigger infinity. And there are infinitely many more infinities to discover than can be described by any one of those discovered infinities. And that super infinity, something which is even beyond infinity, one may discover not through any mathematical means, as the very source of your life itself. But ultimately, the very object of knowledge which we've sought for so long is our own source, our own higher self, the infinity beyond infinities, that which is trans-infinite. And thank you, Inevitable, for the disco love and trio of roses you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And dear Dopamine Queen, thank you for your cloud bread and ice cream cone. Om Aing Saraswatyai Namaha. Hello, dear Diana. Thank you for your heart me and team bracelet as well. Radhe Radhe. And dear Gregor G, you made an interesting joke about an Aleph Mandelbrot set. That'd be very funny. That would look something like this. Wondering what shape I'm drawing, it's the Mandelbrot set. Actually, the Mandelbrot set would be an example of an Aleph 1 space. It would be isomorphic probably to Aleph which we mentioned earlier, which means an infinity that has already infinitely smaller infinities beneath it. And dear Greg RG, you shared that you believe the Mandelbrot set does have a very specific equation, but it is like infinitely repeating, like pi. Indeed. In fact, we can describe the equation very simply, but that doesn't mean it'd be easy to compute. Let's call f0 a function of z, which takes z, maps it to its square, and adds some constant c. And then we describe f of n plus 1, the next iteration, as just taking f of 0 of f of n of z. And now through induction, then we define the Mandelbrot set of function, let's just call it m of z, as f omega, which just means the infinite iteration of this. And there. That's the equation for the Mandelbrot set. And you're right, it does have infinitely many moving parts because we're iterating itself recursively infinitely many times. What I love about the Mandelbrot set is that it arises from such a simple equation. And that reminds me how the complexity of life is validated by being an arrangement of very simple rules. That although this life is very complex, we can reduce it to some fundamentals, because very fundamental things can give rise to the greatest diversity of expression, like in the case of the Mandelbrot set or other fractals. And we can also recognize that we are like fractals, and that parts of our being is reflected in a larger part or a smaller part, and we can continue to zoom in or zoom out and find ourselves reflected at different scales of being. Dear Crystal, you're wondering if I've seen the movie called Inner World, Outer World. First time you heard of a fractal was that movie. That's lovely. No, I have not seen or heard of that movie. Hare Krishna, dear Anna. I'm very grateful to be here with you and everyone, Diana. Hello, Hannah. Thank you for planting the seed for that, dear Crystal. Now, how about we read from the Pocket Pema Chodran, as we're getting close to finishing this book. We only have 4 verses left to read together. Any day now. The smallest numbered verse that we have yet to read is number 89. So I'd like to find that and read it with you all. Pardon me for my hiccup. I always get them. You know this. Hello, dear seahorse. Lovely to have you here. Hello, dear Marlin. You're still awake. Alright, I found the 89th passage. Let's read from one of the wisest women in the world, shall we? And hello, dear Malcolm. This passage is called "The Path is Uncharted." A bit of a longer verse. Let's dive right into it. This path has one very distinct characteristic. It is not prefabricated. It doesn't already exist. The path that we're talking about is the moment-by-moment evolution of our experience. The moment-by-moment evolution of the world of phenomena. The moment-by-moment evolution of our thoughts and our emotions. The path is not Route 66, destination Los Angeles. It's not as if we can take out a map and figure out that this year we might make it to Gallup, New Mexico, and maybe by next year we'll be in LA. The path is uncharted. It comes into existence moment by moment, and at the same time drops away behind us. It's like riding in a train, sitting backward. We can't see where we're headed, only where we've been. This is a very encouraging teaching because it says that the source of wisdom is whatever is going to happen to us today. The source of wisdom is whatever is happening to us right at this very instant. That's number 89. The path is uncharted. Thank you for listening. For a stereo, you're wondering if I can come over and do this to put you to sleep? Well, allow me to affirm to you that in absence of physical proximity, I am right with you here in the same moment in time. And with that, there is no distance between us. Dear Crystal, you ask if that is similar to saying the pathless path. I see the truth in that. In this pathless path, we are the trailblazer of our destiny. We are the ones that make each action right. We have the possibility to find our way, going forward moment by moment. Dear Marlin, you share that your cat is sick with a cough, and you're so sad about your baby boy being sick. I love how much empathy you have for your baby boy, your cat. They are family, and in many ways they are like our babies. But even the best mother in the world has sick kids at one point or another. Sickness is not a sign of poor parenting. chanting is brought out in those moments where it's needed most, where there is now a source of love to be received. And in this moment, for you and your lovely furry friend, they are extra receptive to the love that you have to give. And your love is something that they receive in the space they offer to you to show you the power of your love and what it can do. And dear Crystal, you share, the pathless path is both liberating and terrifying. Indeed. Terrifying is an adjective that doesn't have to imply that we don't know. It means that there's so much more that can be known, and with that, infinite possibility. Diana, you share that the minute you came into this room, you felt your heart explode with so much unconditional love. May this be a space that can fit as much love as can be expressed by your unconditional heart. Marlon, you share that you feel stressed about this because Blue is your first cat ever, though he actually belongs to Juliet, your younger sister-in-law. He may belong to Juliet, but you belong to him. Just as the wand chooses the wizard, the cat chooses its person. It's natural to be stressed, especially when you hold yourself to such a high standard as being a caretaker and a source of well-being and health for your loved one, dear. A lot of that stress, though, is unnecessary. Do you trust yourself enough to do everything that you can for the health and well-being of Blue? Then with that, cast off doubt asunder, to be used as energy in some other place in this universe. And I love that you point that out, Gregor G, that terrific and terrified share an etymological root, and awful and awesome. Many words have a root that at its core is neutral, but have diverged in one of two ways to become a positive expression of that intensity, or a positive one. Like the word fear too, by itself archaically was neutral to mean some moment of awakening to something greater than yourself. And it too was going to diverge into the sense of positive or negative as fearsome or fearful, just like awesome and awful. But it happened to diverge in the negative way, both ways. But we can find traces of it originally having a neutral or even a positive sentiment, like in religious circumstances, where we talk about fearing God. Doesn't have to be a negative thing. It can be a neutral or even a positive thing. That we just have an awakening to something greater than ourselves. And Greg R.G., you had shared that the root awe is actually in reverence for God, but awful is like, oh my God. And awesome is like, oh my God. Yeah. Hello, Bongo Dave. You shared that. It was Deanna that invited you here. Well, welcome. Allow me to extend that invitation, and may you feel welcome directly too. But I love your usage of emojis, Greg RG. Like the realization that nothing matters. In some sense, nothing matters. In another sense, nothing matters. Hello, dear alcoholic Jesus. We are a little late tonight, although I have been known to go later. And welcome back, Feline. You had a little nap, a cat nap, a feline nap. And hello, Derry. Dear Al3 Admin Soul. I've been saying soul, but it's soof. There's an F at the end. And you are too humble to point that out. But you were wondering what the best way to learn Sanskrit is. Start with the sounds. Sanskrit is a very self-realizing language, especially in its soundscape. You can play around with this yourself, but in the mouth, there are really 5 unique places for sounds to be associated with. There's the back of our throat, where we make guttural sounds. There's when we bulge the back of our tongue. There's our soft palate, where we bridge up our tongue, where we make palatal sounds, like ch. There's our hard palate, which is hard to make a sound with unless you curl your tongue back and you tap the bottom of it against the hard palate, like t. And there's touching our tongue to our teeth. And then there's our lips too. And these are the 5 places where sound can be made from. And incidentally, these are related to the 5 elements. Akash, space, Vayu, air, Tejas, fire, Apas, water, and Prithvi, earth. It's how we get the mantras for the first 5 chakras, since their seed sound is associated with the element of each chakra. But sounds are not just made from a place of articulation. There's also different kinds of sounds we can make in each place of articulation. And really, it's a combination of 3 different variables. So that's all you have to know is 5 and 3. 5 places, 3 qualities. The 3 qualities are restriction of airflow or not, using our breath to make it breathy or not, and using our voice to reverberate it or not. All Sanskrit sounds are just choosing one of the places of articulation and then some combinations of the qualities. For example, let's say, what is this? This is the second place of articulation, the hard palate. And let's pick two qualities, let's say aspiration and voicing. So we want to breathe and use our voice, but not restrict on the soft palate. That means we bridge our tongue up to the soft palate. We raise our voice, we aspirate. Zh, 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 zh. That's the semi-vowel. Ya, which is denoted by this character in Devanagari. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then we can play around with the same qualities but in different places, or the same places but different qualities, and we explore all the sounds that Sanskrit has to offer. I'd recommend learning the script that's used to write Sanskrit. That's Devanagari. Play around with the soundscape. Learn the vowels first, which again correspond to each of the 5 places of articulation. The vowels are just a set of all sounds with voicing and nothing else. No restriction of the airflow, no breath. So you just voice in the gutter region, you get voice in the palatal region, you get e. Voice in the retroflex region, you get Voice in the dental region, you get al. Voice in the labial region, you get oo. And those are all the vowels. Everything can be discerned from 3 qualities in combination and 5 places of articulation, which, as I said, corresponds to the 5 elements. And I didn't mention this yet, but the 3 energies of those elements, which is rajas, passion, tamas, darkness, or sattva, purity. Purity corresponds to voicing. Rajas corresponds to aspirating, using the breath. And occluding the airflow, restricting it, corresponds to darkness, tamas. There are some wonderful videos on YouTube that go through each sound, and you can just repeat after the listener. Ka, 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 ga, ga, nga, nga. And we go through each row one by one. And they might be grouped in different ways. For example, the semi-vowels might be in their own group, away from the sibilants, and that might be away from the aspirate, which is separated from the vowels too. But on my website, in the link tree in my bio, I have a script that is an alternative to Devanagari, which goes through the sounds of Sanskrit in their structured, symmetric forms. And I think maybe my website might be a good place for you to discover the sounds of Sanskrit, since I'm obsessed with them. I love them. I wish you well on your Sanskrit learning journey. Thank you, random girl, for your popcorn. Though one may see themselves as a random pop-up in this universe, you are anything but arbitrary. You are specialized in the unique experience that you've had in this life. All of the ups and downs, very specific for your journey, for your lessons, for your truth, and your expression of the divine. JV, thank you for your cloud bread, an ice cream cone, and a popcorn, and a heart meat, and a finger heart, and a donut, and a disco love, and a tiny, yippee, and a pumpkin spice latte, and a cake, and a bubble tea. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Feline, thank you for your trio of roses, as well as another rose, a finger heart, a Gigi, a friendship necklace, a TikTok, another finger heart, another rose, another friendship necklace, a rose, and another friendship necklace. Thank you. Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yodnah Prachodayat. And dear Anna, thank you for your ice cream cone. You all are very cute, giving me such little items of food. I think it's sweet that we do that as humans. Like, hey, I'm very grateful for this space. Here's something that we all enjoy, an icon of something sweet like ice cream. Humans are very adorable, aren't we? Thank you for that. And that's just Jojo. Thank you for your heart meat and your trio of fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Haley Jones, thank you for your rose too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Grammarly, you were wondering, what turned me spiritual? Well, to use the verb turned, I think perhaps there is room for seeing things in two additional ways. Turned is a verb that invokes change, as well as a past tense. But as we all come to understand on the spiritual journey, the true nature of reality must be beyond change and beyond past and also future. So it is coming to understand what is changeless in the moment. So what turned me spiritual? I suppose it is the inverse of that. I have to ask the question, what turned me away from something which was eternal and changeless? And that's the greatest mystery. Somehow or another we forget our true nature, and then we are reminded of that which we already know. Spirituality is a journey to rediscover that which has always been, always will be, and of course, currently is. It's only a matter of time that everything that gets in the way of us seeing that is deconstructed, and I guess my timer ran out on whatever temporary occlusion was preventing me from recognizing that. Thank you, dear Mahina, for your pair of roses also. Om Bhram Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. And JV, thank you for your tiny too. Yahoo! And thank you for the reminder to hydrate, dear. What do you mean you can't perceive me? Yes, I often forget to do so. G2 Infinity, you're wondering what the track name title is today. Let's see. Sub-bass healing music, low frequencies bass meditation music, soothing music for relaxation. That's how I'd announce it as a radio host. And hello, little witch chica. That's a cute name. Thank you, Divine. I can call you my Lebanese friend. Thank you. And if you had shared that before, I apologize for not seeing that comment. My Lebanese friend. That is a hilarious joke, Regarji. It took me a second to find that. Of course, Mr. 808 put on the bass music. Wow. I don't know how you came up with that so quick. I'm impressed with that. Elaine, you're wondering, why haven't I been drinking? Oh, don't worry, I do. It's just that during my live streams, I'm often so focused on all of you. I don't think I am dehydrated most of the time, fortunately. I think my body is pretty used to the fact that I like to fast from morning to night, and usually with that comes a bit of a water fast to a liquids fast. Dear Sean, you ask a beautiful question. What are my thoughts on the concept of the infinite? The infinite, you'll notice, shares a lot of similarity with, not a hiccup, but a lack of the finite too. Zero. Nothingness. I mean, for example, both zero and the infinite can only be described by what it's not. For example, infinite means that which is not finite. Zero means that which is not positive or negative. Very funny, Marlon. What have I stolen? Get the hiccups when we steal something? Well, I hope you're hard. But it's okay, I give it back. Ramanujan, the mathematician, he would often say that to me, zero and infinity are the same. And that resonates with me. The infinite is that which is beyond comprehension. And nothingness, non-existence, that is something which is equally beyond comprehension. I like your observation, Elena. You know, from nothingness, that means endless possibility. Nothing means no limitations. And nothing means endless possibility. Why? Because wouldn't nothing mean no possibility? But what is a possibility, if not something that is just as open and free as nothingness? If you have a blank canvas, which an artist is to paint a portrait upon, it being blank doesn't mean that, oh, we can't paint a picture. There being no painting there, doesn't mean that you can't add anything yourself. Actually, it being blank is one with the fact that to this canvas there is infinite possibility. The infinite possibility of that canvas is one with its emptiness. Nothingness doesn't just mean the lack of something. It means the possibility for anything. Thank you, dear little witch chica, for your ice cream cone. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And what do you mean you can perceive me? You ask, how can you avoid overthinking a potential connection? Potential connection means that anything could happen. Anything could happen means that we no longer hold on to hope or fear. It means that we allow what exists now in acknowledgement of what could be, but without attachment. Dear Sovereign, you share that nothing is what we call the absence of anything. And it is precisely in the absence of anything that everything is possible. Isn't it so? Consider the state before birth. It is a kind of nothingness, no? There were no sights, no sounds, no tastes, no smells, no feelings. It was not. No thoughts, no names, no forms, no sense of self. And yet, it is from that this life arose. So clearly, within that absence, there was a potential. In the same way that when we point to an absence in our world, like someone being unkind, someone not understanding, a place being full of suffering, we do so in retrospect to something that we know could be from other parts of our experience. And in that absence, we discover the potential of what could be. When we say that someone is unkind, what we mean is that they have the potential to be kind. When we say that someone is misunderstanding, what we mean is that there's the potential for understanding. It just has yet to become manifest. Nothingness is no mere absence. It is the unmanifest state before existence. Thank you for being here, dear. What do you mean you can perceive me? I love that, Rory. I love the wordplay we can have with these words. we can find the oneness within each of our expressions, dear Sovereign. It's very beautiful, Deanna. You share that. You talked to your last child in utero. You asked if you are not crazy. Be born on your birthday. He agreed. I love that. That's beautiful. And Elena, you share. But then again, life is the unmanifested expression of nothingness. So is it a vicious circle? I would say that life is the partial manifestation of nothingness. And because of that, there is always more to be manifest. Within that space, this universe has arisen. But even 1 billion out of infinity still has an infinite way to go to infinity. So no matter what becomes expressed from that infinite source, there's always more to express. Thank you, dear Haley, for the heart me you sent a few minutes ago. Namah Shakti Shivaya. I love the word nothing because it's very descriptive. It is that which is not a thing, the no thing. Dear Anna, you share that people really think good things will manifest out of nothing. Your life is the most beautiful proof of that reality. Your presence is a good thing, and that has surely come from that beyond things. But manifestation requires effort. It requires energy. We have the seed, but that seed must grow with the right nutrients, water, and light. So too, everything that is good is latent in the non-existent and becomes manifest through the work of the existent. We simply must become privy to what it takes, allow it to come to form, and that means providing love, giving our attention, our energy, our care. It means showing up and allowing ourselves to become witness to beauty incarnate. Hello, dear Shakti. Speaking of energy, You wonder how old I am. In this body, 22. And I love the way you put that, dear Mahina. Manifestation requires you to work with what you want to happen, rather than simply sitting and waiting. Indeed. Hello, dear Pesto. I am well, don't worry. Thank you for asking. How are you? And hello, dear Billy. Thank you for asking too. I am well. I'd love to know how you are too. I can't say I've ever been there, dear Johnny, but I feel like my heart has traveled the world. My body just has yet to catch up. Dear Alyssa, you were wondering what my favorite color is. I love the rainbow. That's why I have a rainbow behind the camera, circling many different lights around. The beauty of one color exists in contrast to another. So we need all the colors to have a favorite one. Therefore, they're all my favorite. It's okay, dear user 224. Separatio, you ask, how do you connect to body? By understanding our relationship to it. Our relationship to it is that we are its driver, and so we use it to take us places. And by us, I mean the love that we have to bring to this universe. We connect to the body by recognizing that it is the doer, the one which brings into action our thoughts. And our thoughts find expression through the choices of our intellect. Our intellect makes decisions based on the knowledge it gets from our experience. And our experience is determined by how we choose to be in this moment, what we wish to associate with, our sense of self, our sense of identity. And our sense of self, that is where we find our awareness. What are you aware of in this moment? Because it is from that you will gain experience. From that experience comes the knowledge used to make decisions. From the decisions we make, our mind is formed. And from the form of our mind, our thoughts are there for our body to take action upon. And our body is there to take action in this world, to bring that awareness, our love, our attention, to where it needs to go. Megan, you ask, does the rainbow signify sexuality? Rainbow signifies a diversity of expression coming together to form a whole. And I love how that is a symbol that people use in many contexts, like in the just as diverse and colorful spectrum of sexuality. I think that's a beautiful symbol. And good night, dear Crystal. Thank you for finding wonder in everything that there is to share here, dear the Chaos Pixie. And if ever I have shared something which appears to overshadow the experience of any of you, I hope to affirm you that I love all the different experiences that each of us have had. And I'm grateful that we get to connect here and share that with each other, just like the different colors of the rainbow. Though we all use the same words, we may have different meaning. And sometimes we have different meanings as expressed in different words, or the same meaning expressed in them too. But I hope that we can find a way to look through the tapestry of expression, to find the single thread which weaves it all together, regardless of the color that each point appears to be. And I love how each of our experiences, at the same time independent but interconnected, that each of our experiences is equally valid, as we've all had just an intense of an experience of this life, but in different ways. We can all find the same value in our lives. Sometimes we just want to express ourselves so exuberantly that that expression may appear to overshadow the expression of another's. And with this, it's always important to recognize that though we all have an infinite amount of truth, of source within us to express, we are all given the same canvas, and so we deserve equal opportunity to use that canvas, that limited space, to express our truths. And thank you, dear Taisha, for your friendship necklace too. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. It sounds like you've had a lot of challenging experiences, Marlem. I hope that we can find a way in which we can use even the darkest parts of our experience to be a space that reminds us of how much light we have to shine in other ways. There's so much love for you here, Marlon, too. And I'm very grateful that there is so much kindness being shared with something so vulnerable for you. Spirituality and the various forms in which it can take is the way in which we find meaning in this life. But when those subjective expressions that are unique to each of us become an objective rule for everyone else to follow, then this is not something that is considered spiritual anymore. Because spiritual means to unlock the possibility that exists in everyone, everywhere. Anything that inherently limits the possibility for others, it goes beyond that. Dear Sovereign, it seems as though there is a difficulty in reconciling the idea of nothingness with the idea of a creator. And I really want to affirm to you that they are one with each other. And this was my experience maybe 6 years ago in the dorm room in my university, where that nothingness is not just an absence. As you said, it is a potential. And as we understand it like so, then we find a beautiful unity between so many different perspectives all at once. And if you remember earlier, when we were exploring the numbers, of all of the different dimensions of numbers, imaginary, real, algebraic, rational, negative, whole, they all came from 0 as our origin. When we find the unity between two concepts, we can use that as a bridge to step from a concept that might not have as much meaning as the way in which we express it in another. And so we can let go of our earlier concept and continue climbing higher and higher. Doing so is a valid way of finding truth through the expression of our words, our vocabulary, etc. But in the process, we can also lift up the words to the same value, to the same beautiful depth of meaning. Like, for example, when we realize that nothingness and the concept of a creator or one, we can lift up this word nothingness to the same level and then see the value and reverence in that word in the same way we do a creator. In this way, we continue climbing higher and higher, but we bring everything with us at the same time. In that way, we take our journey as a part of ourself, and we lift every part of our experience higher and higher. Dear JV, you ask, how does a person fight against negative or intrusive thoughts? Remember that the concept of fighting is itself a form of negating, is a form of intrusion. So the first step in letting go of negative or intrusive thoughts is to not negate them or intrude on them either. So instead of using the word fight, for example, we can use the term befriend. We can understand where they came from, what experience of life may have left this impression on us, and we can decide, does that cause include something I want to express? If not, then we let the thought be. No longer contribute any energy to it. And we wait until there's an alternative. And there always is one, as it's the nature of the mind to continue coming up with newer and newer ideas. Eventually, an idea will come around and we consider it. We ask ourselves where this thought came from, what its cause is, and if its effect includes something I want to express. And like that, we become patient with our own mind. We don't have to eliminate the negative ones. We just have to choose the positive ones. Even the holiest person that's ever been had negative thoughts, because thoughts come both from within and from without. Anytime you experience something, maybe angry or scary or sad, a seed is planted in our mind. Eventually that sprouts in the form of a thought. But also every time something wonderful happens, something lovely, happy, encouraging, a seed is planted too. All we have to do is continue to take care of those seeds which provide positive blossoming. And if you'll excuse me, I have to reach forward to you. And turn the alarm off on my phone. Which means that it's getting late for me. JV, you ask, what are the positive experiences that help? Surrounding yourself with people that encourage you, either physically or digitally. Either in your immediate surroundings or even in your mind. You can bring to mind that which encourages, even characters from a story that show you a way forward. That's called satsanga. Sangha means association. Sat means true, or good, or that which is wonderful. Satsang therefore means associating with wonderful people, places, and things. And if you can't do that physically in your immediate surroundings, then we do so by identifying with the characters and stories that we grew up with, or people in our past that encouraged us and continue to do so by recalling their essence, or virtually finding yourself in communities which support you in ways that accommodate your unique experience of life so far. Thank you for being here, dear Deanna. I will take care of myself. User 224, you're wondering if I can share a time in which I felt isolated. Absolutely. Only a year ago, around today, I felt very isolated when I was going through anxiety. I just felt so alone. Even though I was surrounded by people that loved me, I felt that they didn't understand. However, that feeling like I didn't understand was also my own creation, because I never gave them the chance. I wouldn't give people the benefit of the doubt. For some reason, I held on to the idea that if they don't just already understand my experience, then clearly I'm not understandable. And therefore I felt alone. But slowly and surely, I began reaching out to people in a way that I didn't before. I would share what my experiences contained to those around me, like my family. And then I would ask them questions about their experiences too. And then I would ask them, have you ever felt like that? And what do you do when you feel like that? And then I would listen. And I didn't really realize it until about a year ago. But I never learned how to listen. Listening isn't just providing an ear for them to speak words into. Listening also means that we genuinely attempt to connect with the meaning of their words. We visualize what they describe, and then we look into our own experience and see if there's anything that matches that. Closest thing we can come to that, we find in our own experience, and then we relate at that level. And then listening doesn't just become an act. It becomes a way for you to connect. And genuinely and sincerely, you feel less alone, because now you understand that something that they've experienced is something that you have too. But it required active introspection to honor their experience as one with your own. And slowly and surely, my anxiety became something that I didn't have to go through by myself. I felt it as a kind of challenge that so many people go through, just in different ways. But we all can relate in that feeling, even if it was brought about in diverse sets of circumstances. And at the human level, we all know what it's like to be sad. We all know what it's like to be scared. We all know what it's like to be angry. We all know what it feels like to be joyful too. I might not experience what makes you sad or joyful or angry or scared, but at a deeper level, all of those feelings I can empathize with. And that makes me feel less alone. Thank you, dear user 224, for relating with this as well. And hello, dear Rebecca. User 224, you had also asked why I think the nature of anxiety and depression is so solipsistic. That's an interesting question. The connection between anxiety and depression and solipsism is an exclusive sense of self. That somehow we feel that the reality of our experience isn't at the same level as the reality of other people's experiences, just because we don't experience it directly. But we bridge that gap by awakening to the sense of self that you can feel shared between you and someone you love, and then from there, someone they love, and just like that, the spider web expands, and we feel that spark of life within us and everyone around, and we know that we are of the same essence because we were able to connect. I'm very grateful that this space is a safe one for you, dear Marlon. I'm grateful that a connection was reached between Sovereign and other guests here. Thank you, dear Anna, for your cloud bread too. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Sovereign, you ask, how could everything plop out of nothing if there was nothing to project? That's a beautiful question. And I arrived at that question from the other way around. That you start with everything, and we continue to ask, what is this stuff made of? We continue to break it down piece by piece, element by element, and at some point we must arrive at nothing. In mathematics, that's called the axiom of foundation. That an all-composite existence among the sets of sets of sets of sets, when we continue asking the question, what is this made of? At some point we must reach a foundation, and that foundation must be that which no longer contains anything more. In mathematics, this is called set theory, the idea of the universe as described in terms of sets. And in every set, we can unpack its contents into other sets. But a paradox would arise if we were continued to do that forever. Therefore, at some point, when we open up all the sets, we must reach the empty set. And so the foundation of reality must be that emptiness, which merely comprises everything in various combinations. When we think of a kind of nothingness, we think of it as inert. We don't have to think of it that way. We can think of it as an action. We can think of nothingness as a verb. That which takes an input and produces an output. And this function of nothingness, of its openness, of its capacity to contain, when applied to itself in various ways, produces everything. We can ask the question, what was there before everything? The answer must be nothing. But we don't stop asking questions there. We then ask, what was conscious then? The answer is still nothing. So, before everything was nothing, nothing was conscious then. What was there to be conscious of? Again, with nothing to be conscious of, clearly nothing was conscious of nothing. And that sounds like self-awareness to me. In that nothingness, there was nothing. Nothing to be conscious of by nothing. So, it's a vacuous truth then that this nothingness was conscious of itself, for there was nothing else to be conscious of. And so the first thing arose, that of self-awareness. From nothingness awoke an awareness of nothing. From that awareness of nothing, there was a discernment made between nothingness and everythingness. Between what is not and what is, and what was nothing. And from there you have the building blocks to produce everything. As awareness then can dance freely like a 1 and a 0, between the state before that recognition was made and the recognition of self-awareness itself. In various combinations of nothingness, awareness invokes itself, constructing all the sets from the empty set to the infinite. The path is paved for awareness to combine with the collections of consciousness thereby. There is no combination that could then be left untouched. That is the blessing and the curse of infinity. With nothing to be conscious of nothing, there's no stopping what nothing can be conscious of. Thank you, dear Starlight. Wow. The flowers and fire. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. That does sound like the Nasadiya Sukta, dear Om Tat Sat. Why don't we read that? In the beginning, the non-existent was not then, nor was the existent. The earth was not, nor the firmament, nor that which is beyond. When there was nothing then, what could cover what? And where and in whose care did the waters and the bottomless deep then exist? There was no death nor immortality then. There was no sign of night nor of day. That one breathed without extraneous breath, with its own nature. Other than that one, there was nothing beyond. In the beginning, there was nothing. Intensified nothingness. indistinguishable nothingness. All this visible world was reduced to its primordial nature. The primordial world which was enveloped by the all-pervading potential of nothingness, before whom the world of matter is a trifle, through the force of its intense activity and spiritual fervor. In the beginning, the divine will arose. This was the first seed of the mind of the Creator. Those who can see beyond by putting their mind and heart together found the binding link of everything in nothing, and the nothingness existing in everything. The rays of the divine will spread across the whole of the world. They spread below and above. And the result was that small and big expressions of life, bearing seeds, were born. As the existence of the world was dependent on the divine will of the Creator, the position of matter was lower than the spirit which acted with the divine will. But who truly knows, and who can declare whence it cometh, and whither it vanisheth? Even the divine beings who know were born much after creation came into being. Who then knows whence it has come about? Whence this creation has come? Who holds or does not hold? That one who is its surveyor in the highest abode, that one knoweth, and yet doth they know? I love that. That is the Rig Veda, humanity's oldest revelation. Thank you, dear feline, for your half a dozen roses, a quartet of finger hearts, and 11 roses. Radhe Radhe. And Om Tat Sat, thank you for inspiring that reading and for your trio of roses too. Jai Satchitanandam. And thank you, feline, for another rose too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. I'm happy that we were able to find we were both saying the same thing, just in different ways. Thank you, Starlight, wow, for your tiny. Yippee! And dear feline, thank you for your 10 roses too. Radhe Radhe. When I say the word nothing, I'm also referring to that one which came before nothing. Because even nothingness exists only in relation to everything. It is just that before everything came about, you could not call it nothing. You can't call it not that which has yet to come. That would imply knowing what has yet to come. It's in the same exact way that we distinguish between the source and prakriti and purusha. The source is described as the potential, and the purusha as the consciousness is described as the nothingness, in contrast to prakriti, the nature which makes up everythingness. Make a drawing of this too. that here we have Om, the symbol of that one, and then it divides into Prakriti, which I'll just use with a symbol P in Sanskrit, and then Purusha. But the thing about Purusha is that it's identified with that one that came before. So, in one sense, we describe the nothingness as that which exists in contrary, or not in contrary, in complement to Prakriti, the everythingness. But in a different context, it also refers to the potential. Just like how Om is described as having four components. It's made up of A, it's made up of U, it's made up of and it's also made up of the silence that comes before after. But the thing is that these three come together to form the creation, the preservation, and the destruction of Prakriti, whereas that fourth state is identified with the original as well. So this idea of nothingness can refer to both the silence that exists relative to Prakriti or the original one itself from which Prakriti originates. Dr. Ginny, you ask, how are the dear Shadow and Sandy? They're doing well. They've been very needy lately, just wanting lots of love. And that's okay, I have plenty of love to give, but it's so cute. At nighttime, it's like they can't not sleep without someone. They can't not sleep without. Was that a triple negative? They must sleep with someone. Leland, you had asked, what happened before Big Bang? You forgot the last time. I already told you. You forgot, hey? Well, not much to remember. The Big Bang is the beginning of memory. And I mean this in a very literal sense, that all this energy, all this matter, it is information. We can study it. Physical reality itself is a memory, which means that we can open up to discover what lay before. And when we keep doing that, eventually we get to the beginning of memory, and then we can't go further than that. So there's nothing to speak of for the beginning, unless one identifies the beginning with the end. And so, before the beginning just means after the end. And then we enter a cycle of existence, coming and going. I'm happy that we were able to connect at that element, Sovereign. and dear told of love, you ask, have I found I needed to turn away from the theory of everything to be at peace? Indeed. As many of you know, when I was younger, I wanted to be the person that discovered the theory of everything. I wanted to find that fundamental link between the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics and solve all of the mysteries in one succinct equation or model of existence. But I got so carried away with how I could do that I never stopped to ask if I could do that. But perhaps all of the mysteries of life don't have to be resolved. And in fact, we can let go of our need to find the answers to everything. And instead, we can rest in wonder, a state of not knowing, which by itself is so peaceful. The state of being in which there are only questions without any pressure of there needing to be an answer. And that was very freeing for me. Hello, dear Malcolm. I'm very grateful that you have found so much peace and love and light in your experience, and that you see how valuable it is and how you want to share that with others. Love that. That's wonderful. I hope that we can all be like you in that every kind of happiness that we experience, we hope to share with others. I know that there's so much happiness that I am grateful for, and it would mean more than the world for me to be able to share that with those who might not get the opportunity. Unfortunately, I've also realized that everyone has their own capacity to receive what we have to share. And sometimes the kind of joy that we experience has to be adapted in order to connect with another person's experience. For example, let's say I have a lot of love for some form of the divine, and the person in front of me is of a different religion. How can we find common ground to share that happiness? Well, I have to recognize first that my love for the divine is the same as their love for the divine. They just go about it in different ways. And so maybe I love Jesus, but the person in front of me loves Krishna. Say, I just love Jesus so much. And they say, I love Krishna so much. And I go, really? I love that for you. I love that we both have love for the source. Tell me, what do you like about the source? I love how merciful the source is, how things don't have to be the way they are, and yet there is so much beauty in existence this way. Really? You believe that? I believe that too. Oh, how amazing that we believe in the same things. Just in different ways. I hope that everyone's faith inspires each other's faith, and we use the love and devotion that everyone has in their heart as a reminder of just how much we can have in our heart too. Thank you, dear Strawberry Star Bunny, for the rosa you shared too. Ariom Tat Sat. Maybe we can even start pointing out similarities. You know what I love about Jesus is he has such beautiful long hair. Krishna has beautiful long hair too. Really? Yeah. Oh, I love that. To me, it represents the flow of love and knowledge. Wow. You see so much value in the symbol of the divine that speaks to you. For me, I see it as kind of fluidity, adaptability that we can continue to navigate just like a river flows. Wow, I like that. You know what? Now that you see that in Krishna, I kind of see that in Jesus too. Thank you for bringing me more love into my personal form of the divine. All right, I have a question for you all. Now, I must be honest with you, it is getting very late. And I'd like to end my lives with a question of the day and a reading and then a meditation. So, if you will permit me to explore these things together, my question of the day today is, what continues to bring wonder into your life? And just as there is a diversity of faiths, I'm sure that there's a diversity of sources of wonder for each one of us. Unicorn, you share love. Tony, you share sadness. I love the diversity of just those first two answers. There's a lot of wonder in each of those things. Alexander, you share nature as it brings wonder into your life always. I love to hear that. Marcy, you share traveling, the ability to discover new places, new people. Gregor G, you share Akasha. That's a good one. The element of space. And I like how you point out this is a question we can ask each day, Johnny. But today you share your cat. Love that. And Sovereign, you share that your evolving connection with birds is the most beautiful thing you've ever experienced. I love that. Tell me something wonderful you find about birds. Melinda, you share Twilight. Both a good series and an especially great time of the day. Did you know that the TW of Twilight is the same TW of the number 2? We just don't pronounce the W in 2 anymore. But Twilight means two light. It means the second light. First the light of course, the sun, then as it sets, the light of the atmosphere glowing as the light rays are going parallel instead of directly hitting the earth. Marlon, you share blue. Your cat too. Johnny, yours a blue too? I love that. Dr. Ginny, you share nature as you're a part of it. Tony, you're wondering, what is Akasha? It is the Sanskrit word for the element of space, the quintessence, the ether, you could say, from earth, water, fire, air, and then space is the quintessence. The place in which all of the other elements arise. Diana, your answer is you continue to bring Wanda into your own life by learning and loving. Wanda from the Fairly Odd Parents, the fairy of Timmy. Wonder. That makes sense. You continue to bring wonder into your own life by learning and loving. Alexander, you're wondering what brings wonder into my life. What brings wonder into my life is just how much can be done with love. The love of my parents has brought wonderful things to me. Love of my animals that have come in my life have brought wonderful memories. The love that I see people experience in tragic circumstances makes miracles happen. I'm truly mystified by the power of love. Yeah. Thank you, dear Strawberry Star Bunny, for another fire and heart me that you sent to Om Namo Rudraya. Your nephew shares, what do you mean you can perceive me? I like that. Philosophy shares flower. You're so full of curiosity, your nephews. I'm so happy to hear that. And Julia, you share negative emotions. I'm so happy that you can find wonder there. Dear Anna, you share noticing the effort of the awesome beings in your life. That is very inspiring. Thank you for your love, dear Perwanafelt. If I pronounced that right. I'm sure I could improve upon that. Bolt of love, you share that what brings wonder next is never known beforehand, but it always arrives. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? I love that, Sovereign. Something wonderful about birds is that they will fluff up when they're vibing and sit near you, and you feel the pure love as it's becoming a language. I'm so happy to hear that for you. Dr. Ginny, you share knowledge and your ability to learn. I like that. And Johnny, you do think love is the most wondrous. It does shape the expansion of the universe. I'm happy we can relate in that. Angel, you share learning new things like that brings so much wonder into your life. Learning stuff, shares Sean. Aliens, etc. shares Strawberry Star Bunny. The Vedas shares Om Tat Sat. And the Chaos Pixie, you share the animals and plants around you. Beeline, you share looking after Mama, Josiane. One of those is probably closer to the most optimal way to pronounce that. And you see her in a couple days, so you'll be watching and listening. Good to me. Aww. Well, make sure to bring lots of love to your mama too. Marcia, you share the power of music, celebrations, mourning, healing, peace. All of those things are wonderful abilities of music indeed. In G to Infinity, you share that every single Sanghi here brings wonder into your evenings. I love that a lot. Me too. And Tony, you ask, if love is so big, why do we swim in ignorance, indifference, and hate? Because sometimes we love so one-pointedly that it makes it seem like we are ignorant and indifferent and hate the rest. But when we expand our sense of love to include others, when we go forth in love breadth first rather than depth first, then we homogenize that sense of being for everyone and everything. But always can it be described in terms of love, just a limited love or an unlimited love. The louder you share your purpose, you always wonder. You are a good philosopher then. In user 224 you share, for you it's the sentience and expression of animals. How beautiful. Thank you, Starlight Wow, for your flowers. Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. And Om Tat Sat, thank you for your rose. I always have to do this mantra for you. Hari Om Tat Sat. An honor to have you here, dear Bango Dave. May you have a good night as well. Good happens, love shall prevail. I like that. And Starlight, wow, the bliss and wonder of your young children. That's a very practical answer. If anyone needs a refresher on wonder, all we have to do is ask a child. And Maisky Whiskey, you share your curiosity to always find new things to learn. How beautiful. Dino Nuggies, you're the second person to ask me what my favorite color is recently. Well, when I was really young, the first color I showed affection to was orange. Then it became green, and then I really liked violet, and then a deep red, and then eventually I came around to blue and yellow too. And slowly and surely I fell in love with each color one at a time. And slowly I'm making a rainbow to be my favorite color. Every time I moved from one favorite to another, my love for the previous one never subsided. I only just added in my experience to the things I love. And slowly I began to love more and more things. And with that, I think it's a good place to pause our question of the day there for now. So thank you for exploring that together. I'm delighted to know of so many sources of wonder in each of your lives. And Strawberry Star Bunny, you can relate in the journey of falling in love with each color. And now, wherever I have a chance to express some color, if I have the opportunity to express all of the colors, I will. And that's why today, for my ring light, I chose a rainbow. Thank you, loving beacons, for your cloud bread too. Kuring Kalikai Namaha. So before we go, two more things I'd like to do with you. Second to last is read from another section of the Hidden Power in Humans. I wish I had a third thing to do with you all, which is explore some of your creative abilities, since there is a show and tell application form in the link tree in my bio, but some of you are so shy. I would love to have a space in this live stream to share something that means something to you. So I very much encourage people to check that out. If there's a poem you want to share, a piece of art, or even a special interest, a talent, or a fun fact that you shared, I would love for you to check out that application form, as I've ran out of beautiful things of yours to share. But yes, I'd like to read the final few. Actually, we'll split it up into two sections. The final few points about the Ajna Chakra, the third eye, which is concerning exercises for it, yogic spiritual practices. We'll just read some, and then we'll do a meditation tonight. As always, the exercises can be a bit of a dump of information, so don't feel like you have to memorize it. If just one thing stands out to you, that's enough. More than enough. Otherwise, you're welcome to replay the recording of this too. Angel, you share that you'll submit a picture of the stuffed creature you made during this live. Ah, perfect! I can't wait to show that. And Bongo, you share that you make, play, and teach the Native American style flutes. I love that. I would love to see or hear that too. Alright, here are some exercises. For the Ajna Chakra, the third eye, these are some breathing practices for the clarification and resolution of problems. In order to be able to resolve a problem, no matter what type, there is one thing of primary importance: to relax. To relax means to expand, to unite. Those who are unable to relax are also unable to meditate. Therefore, relaxation is a prerequisite for approaching a problem that we would like to resolve with a clear head, intuition, and the wisdom of the heart. A simple and quick way to relax is through concentration on the breath. For this, we simply bring our attention to the process of breathing and the spreading of the breath outside the body. Inhale clarity and pure light into the whole body, and relax the body with a long, complete exhalation. Then hold the breath for a short while, for as long as is comfortable, until the impulse to inhale occurs spontaneously. Release yourself from all negative thoughts and problems, and expand your consciousness into infinity. With the inhalation, imagine, I inhale the entire cosmos. Everything exists within me. And with the exhalation, think, I exhale the cosmos. The entire creation comes from me. With the retention of the breath, I am everywhere. Everything exists within me. And I am also everything that exists outside of me. I am one with everything. Next is something called Trataka, which means concentration on a point or the flame of a candle. Many people meditate with their eyes closed. There are things for us to do with our eyes open too. For instance, place a candle in front of you, about an arm's length away and at shoulder height. Sit comfortably in a meditation pose and close your eyes. After a few minutes of inwardly composing yourself and relaxing, open your eyes and look at the candle flame. Concentrate on the tip of the brightest part of the flame. Gaze for approximately 1 minute, no longer, at the flame. During this, do not blink, and then close your eyes again. If your eyes water, it doesn't matter. It is a purification. Should your eyes start to burn and become painful, then look at the candle for a shorter period of time. If your gaze at the candle was completely motionless, an image of the flame appears in your inner space, your Chidakasha. That's the space of your consciousness, the Akasha of your Chit, when you again close your eyes. If this does not happen, relax and try again after a few minutes. Gaze at the flame all together 3 times for about 1 minute each. After each time, close your eyes and observe your inner space and the reflection of the flame for about 4 to 5 minutes. Practice this meditation on a candle each evening before sleeping. Trataka is an excellent practice for purification of the eyes, frontal sinuses, and nasal sinuses, quietening thoughts, promoting the ability to concentrate and relax, developing clear thinking and intuition, and awakening the Ajna Chakra. But there is a word of caution. At the beginning, Trataka should only be performed under the instruction of a yoga teacher. For very introverted people, as well as those who are inclined towards depression, hallucinations, or schizophrenia, Trataka should not be practiced. Introversion means that the emotions are predominantly directed inward and in extreme cases are completely suppressed. When the energy of the emotions is blocked, it results in various physical or psychic disturbances. It can be that the emotions are frozen and solidify as apathy, or are self-destructively turned against one's own consciousness as depression or schizophrenia. There is also inner Trataka that is performed without a candle. When a flickering white flame appears in front of the inner eye, this is an indication of the energy of the Sushumna Nadi as it has begun to flow, which is the energy along our spine. When a blue or red-orange light appears, the energy is flowing increasingly in either Ida or Pingala Nadi. Some further exercises that work specifically on the Ajna Chakra include, I'll show you all. Oh, I'm sorry, my color changing lights are not that conducive to a clear reading there. There's Nadi Shodhana Pranayama, the purification of the nervous system, number 1, which is that person there, which is, I believe, indicating holding one of the nostrils closed at a time and taking an exhale and then an inhale in each nostril. And then switching. There's Bhumi Bhad Matsakasana, head and feet on the earth, number 2, which is that one there. Yoga Mudra, forward bend sitting on heels, number 3, which is what I look like when my cats don't allow me to pet them. There's Shashankasana, the hare, number 4, which is what I look like when I'm begging my cats to please let me pet them. Shirshasana, the headstand, number 5. That's what happens when you give me caffeine. There's Nada Shanchalana, the sound exercise, for example, singing Om. Kapala Bhati Pranayama, the purification of the frontal sinus, no illustration. And Akashi Mudra, looking into the sky, number 6. Which is what I look like when I throw something into the air really high, and I'm waiting to see if it hits me on the head or not. And that's the sound that happens when it does. There's also Shambhavi Mudra, which is the mudra of Lord Shiva. From beneath half-closed eyes, look towards the tip of your nose. At the same time, concentrate on the normal breath. And Kechari Mudra, which we discussed previously too, where we roll the tongue backwards until ideally the tip of the tongue actually touches the soft palate. This may take some practice. Through Kechari Mudra, both extremities, Muladhara, the root, and Ajna, third eye chakras, are united. Kechari Mudra helps to control the emotions, strengthens concentration, and has a direct influence on the Kundalini. There's also Brahmari Pranayama, which is to sit in a comfortable and erect meditation pose. Close both ears with the thumbs and place the index fingers on the closed eyes. The middle fingers lie loosely on the sides of the nose. The ring fingers and little fingers lie above and below the lips and close to the mouth. Something like deeply inhale and hold the breath inside briefly. Now press the sides of the nose slightly and allow the breath to slowly flow out with a loud humming sound. Repeat this exercise 7 times, one after the other. Then remain for about 10 to 15 minutes in the meditation pose, breathing normally. By the way, Brahmari Pranayama also has a stimulating effect on the Bindu chakra and the Sahasrara chakra, which is the crown chakra. Close the ears again and support the elbows on the knees or on the pranayama stick. Pranayama stick, I learned about this recently. It looks like a letter T. It looks like a cane for a very short person. But actually it's used while sitting down, and you put the foot of it on the ground And then we rest our arm over top of the top of the T part. Useful for maintaining circulation or keeping your arms up when doing a yoga position for a long period of time. Finally, there's the point to concentrate on your inner space and listen to the inner sound. Lastly, I'll read Atma Chintana and Manana. Atma Chintana is pondering over the fundamental questions about life. Who am I? From where did I come? Where will I go? What purpose do I have? What is the goal of my life? In the Ajna Chakra, we receive the answer to these questions. Atvam Asi Soham. That is you, the Atma. That Atma am I. The river ends as soon as it flows into the ocean. It dissolves in the ocean, not the ocean in it. When the realized one dwells in the supreme consciousness, it is like a drop in the ocean, one with Brahman, the supreme. The realized one identifies with the Atma. I am that. Soham. This is the essence of the philosophy of non-duality, Advaita, of which the great thinker and saint Sri Adi Shankaracharya is the best known advocate. He said, recognize yourself in all beings. In our unity with everything existing, we recognize our unity with the Supreme Self. Manana means reflection, to patiently and unwaveringly reflect and deliberate. Manana protects us from thoughtless, rash actions, words and decisions, and from uncontrolled emotions. Allow ourselves time, because only when the fruit is ripe does it have taste. Things performed in haste often go in an unintentional direction. Remove the weeds from your inner garden with viveka and bhakti, discrimination and loving devotion, and, when the time is right, pass the flowers and fruit that you have planted onto others. Thank you for listening. Next time we'll read about a meditation on the Ajna Chakra and begin our discovery of the lesser known Bindu Chakra in between the third eye and crown. Namaste. Alright, now that I'm done reading, I can turn my fun colors back on for the meditation. We've got plenty to choose from. Back to the RGB. Ooh. I like that one. We can have a deep red meditation section before we go tonight. But thank you, Misky Whiskey, for your friendship necklace and your garland headpiece. Radhe Radhe. And dear Anapos, thank you for your rose toe. Om Namah Shivaya. William, thank you for your heart as well. Om Namah. Om Shivaya. And loving vegans, thank you for your pair of cloud breads also. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. Maisky Whiskey, thank you for your 6 cloud breads. Om Shri Hanumate Namaha. And Starlight, wow, thank you for your tiny tiny. Yippee! Everyone is always so generous with the gifts that are shared here. I'm only grateful to have this space where so many beautiful souls get to convene. So I'd like to reveal our meditation tonight, and then we'll end the Sangha. Since today is a continued celebration for Ganesha, the elephant-headed goddess. I said goddess as an accident, but he is very feminine. He is traditionally regarded as a god, but I suppose that Freudian slip can be seen as one that has truth in it too. Anyway, he represents the remover of obstacles, and because of such, he has such a beautiful embodiment of wisdom, because through wisdom, through engaging the intellect in the discernment between reality and unreality, we are able to navigate the obstacles in our life. This mantra is dedicated to him, and that's the classic Om Gam Ganapate Namah. Very simple. I'd like to do it 108 times because that's the special number. You might notice some special characters, which are dots that signify these letters are not what you think they are. For example, the dot below the M means that we bring the vibration of the sound into the nasal cavity. Om Gam. Below an N, it serves a subtly different point, which is a retroflex sound. Instead of tapping our tongue to our teeth to produce an N, we curl it back to tap against the hard palate. Na Garnapatai. And finally, the dot below the H represents a visarga, an expulsion of breath. What breath we have remaining, we release. Om Gang Garnapatai Namah. Together, Om represents the sound of existence. Gang is the derivation of that sound, invoking the essence of Ganesha. Ganapataye is another name for Ganesha, as the remover of obstacles. And Namah means salutations. So, literally, all of existence. Om, essence of Ganesha. Gang, Ganesha, remover of obstacles. Ganapataye Namaha, salutations. We bring our mind through this series of concepts, through the mystical sounds of Sanskrit. And today we'll be listening to music that will help us along the way. So I'm going to minimize the background music that we have been listening to thus far, so that we can maximize the music which we'll be chanting along with tonight. Here we are. And it's okay if at the beginning you might not be able to pronounce it in the same way that the reciter is in the background music. All that matters is that we remain the intention in our heart to invoke the essence of the very wholesome Ganesha, the remover of obstacles. Without further ado, here we are. Om Gam Ganapate Namaha. 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 Salutations to the remover of obstacles. May the obstacles in each of our lives find a way for us to be navigating through. May this be a special offering to dear Chloe, Angi, who often enjoys chanting this mantra. Thank you for listening or chanting along with me, everyone. Amen. With that, let us come to the conclusion of our Sangha today. May we all continue our journey in the expression of the peace laid dormant within the recesses of our very own soul. Good night, dear Marlin. You must be very sleepy by now. Dear Greg RG, you share that you did Trataka almost that whole time. Your red dot would seem greenish blue when it came back, though. Very revealing. You may notice that whenever one stares at an image for long, it almost normalizes that exact experience for us. Then in the absence of that experience, because that persistent experience became our threshold, then we appear to experience the opposite. Like, for example, when staring at anything warm, when we direct our gaze in another way, or when that experience leaves us, we experience a cooling sensation too. This is true for our sight, as it is for all of our experiences, both gross and subtle. Dear Tan, how are you? Thank you for the heart me you sent too. Radhe Radhe. And Buff, thank you for your pair of roses also. Dum Dargai Namha. Someone with a Greek name. I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to pronounce that other than recognizing that you have a Rho, a Tau, and an Omega at the end of your name. Thank you for your quintet of roses. Om Namah Shivaya. Loving vegans we are. Thank you for your ice cream cone too. Jaya Satchit Anandam. I am grateful that there are soothing qualities in this space for you, dear hot dish. May we all be a reflection of the capacity to soothe each other. And Andromeda, thank you for your rosa. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Anna Pauls, for 9 roses too. What would a group of 9 be called? A nonette? Nonette of roses. Thank you. Hare Krishna. May everyone have a beautiful rest of their night, evening, afternoon, or morning. If any part of this live stream was valuable for you, you may find it uploaded soon, within the next few hours, several hours, on my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel, in case there's anything for you to experience there that you'd like to when I'm not live. Along with that, you'll find the snippets of our meditations and our readings too, in case you ever wanted to meditate in this space atemporally, or catch up on a reading of some of the texts that we read at the beginning, end, or middle of these live streams. But most importantly, may this be an offering to the divinity within you. Asato ma satgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, murtyor ma amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om, lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness unto light, from death into immortality. Om, peace, peace, peace. Good night. What do you mean you can perceive me? Good night, dear Separatio. Good night, Flower. Good morning, the Chaos Pixel. Good night, Toad of Love. Good night, Starlight Wow. Good night, Angel. And good night, or good morning, Hot Dish. Depending on if you're up very early or very late. Good night, Night Storm. Thank you for being here, Andromeda Flame. Thank you for being here, Diana. Namaste. Namaste, G2 Infinity. Good night, Anna. Night, night, Bongo. Good night, Anna Pause. I wish you all a good night. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Namaste, Susan. And most generally, may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. And good night, Purusha's mouth. Namaste.